Hello and welcome to another Harry, your home for amazing stories. Today's story is what if 5 Hargreeves time jumped to save infant Harry and raised him as an Umbrella Academy assassin. Don't forget to like this video if you enjoy it, and subscribe if you haven't already. We post new stories regularly. Let's get started. Chapter 1, The handlers mistake the flash of green light reflected off the nursery walls as 5 Hargreeves materialized in the doorway. Too late. The tall, cloaked figure had already cast his spell, and Lily Potter's body crumpled to the ground in front of the crib. Her red hair splayed across the floor like spilled paint. "Shit," 5 muttered, instinctively pressing his back against the wall. This wasn't part of the assignment. The handler had sent him to 1981 England for a simple elimination, some politician whose survival would apparently trigger a disastrous chain of events. Nothing about magical terrorists attacking families. Nothing about Godric's Hollow. Nothing about the weird temporal disturbance that had pulled 5 off course during his jump. The cloaked figure, Voldemort, 5 had heard the woman scream the name, now turned toward the crib. A baby boy stood gripping the rails, impossibly green eyes wide but not crying. Just watching. "Fascinating," Voldemort whispered, raising his wand. Avada Kedavra. 5's instincts screamed to move, but something held him in place, curiosity, maybe. Professional assessment. The assassin in him wanted to see what would happen. The green light struck the child, then rebounded. The blast knocked 5 back into the hallway as the room exploded with energy. When he peered back in, the cloaked figure was gone, his empty robe collapsed on the floor. The baby remained standing, blood trickling from a lightning-shaped cut on his forehead. 5 approached cautiously, his mind racing. This wasn't random. The temporal disturbance, the magical battle, the child's survival, it all felt connected. The handler had deliberately kept him in the dark. Footsteps pounded on the stairs outside the house. 5 glanced at the window and spotted a motorcycle descending from the sky. A fucking flying motorcycle. "Time to go, kid," 5 decided, scooping up the baby. The child didn't cry, just stared at him with those unsettling green eyes. 5 concentrated, gathering the spatial energy around them. The familiar blue light enveloped them both, and they vanished just as the nursery door burst open. "Stop throwing knives at me, 5. I'm free." 5 caught the small blade between his fingers inches from his face, impressed despite himself. The kid was getting faster. "Attackers won't care how old you are, Harry," 5 replied, setting his coffee mug down on their safe-house kitchen counter. "And I deliberately missed. That's called a control exercise." Harry Potter, age 3 and already disturbingly competent, glared at 5 with the same intensity he'd had as a baby. Those green eyes hadn't changed, though everything else had. The lightning scar stood out prominently against his skin. "Again," 5 ordered, tossing the knife back, gently, with precision, aimed 2 feet to Harry's left. The boy pivoted, caught the knife by the handle, and immediately sent it back toward 5's shoulder. "Better trajectory. Better speed." "Good," 5 nodded, catching it again. "Now eat your breakfast." Their current hideout was a 2-bedroom flat in Berlin. They never stayed anywhere longer than 6 months, commission protocol that 5 maintained even after going rogue. The place was sparse but functional, reinforced doors, escape routes mapped, weapons cached in the walls. Harry climbed onto a stool at the counter and started eating cereal, his legs swinging. Despite everything, he still looked like a normal kid sometimes. "Are we leaving again soon?" Harry asked between bites. 3 more weeks, 5 answered, checking his watch. "Finish eating. We start languages at 9. Harry already spoke English and German fluently, was conversational in French, and had started Russian last month. 5 had discovered early that the kid's brain absorbed information like a sponge, whether it was languages, fighting techniques, or mathematics. And then there was the other thing. 5, look. Harry had abandoned his cereal, holding his palm out. A small blue flame danced above his hand, controlled and steady. 5 set down his newspaper. What did I tell you about using that without permission? The flame vanished immediately. Only when we're training. Sorry. It's not about being sorry. It's about staying alive. 5 moved to kneel in front of the boy, meeting those green eyes directly. Your abilities make you a target. The Commission, wizards, whoever killed your parents, they all want to control what you can do. Understanding that power is important, but hiding it is how we survive. Harry nodded solemnly. At 3, he already understood concepts that would break most adults. 5 wasn't sure if that was good or terrible. 2 years later, they were in Montreal when 5 first killed someone in front of Harry. It wasn't planned. The Commission had finally caught up with them, a 3-person extraction team that cornered them in a supermarket. 5 had Harry tucked behind cereal boxes in aisle 7 while he dealt with the threat. The first agent went down with a broken neck, silent and quick between the frozen foods and baking supplies. The second took a knife to the carotid artery by the dairy section, managing to fire a shot that shattered a glass refrigerator door before collapsing. The third had circled around, found Harry, and had a gun to the boy's head when 5 teleported behind them. You know the handler wants the kid alive, Hargreeves, the agent sneered, pressing the barrel tighter against Harry's temple. 5 didn't hesitate. His hand plunged into the agent's back, emerging with something wet and pulsing. The agent's eyes widened in shock before he crumpled to the floor. Harry stood perfectly still, speckled with blood, watching 5 drop the heart. Are you hurt? 5 asked, already checking the boy for injuries. Harry shook his head. You pulled out his heart. Yes. Can you teach me to do that? 5 wiped blood from Harry's cheek with his thumb. When you're older. Your hands are too small right now. They left Canada that night, heading for a cabin in northern Sweden that no one knew about, not even the Commission. In the small prop plane 5 had borrowed, Harry finally spoke again. Why does the handler want me? 5 adjusted their course slightly. I don't know exactly. But that temporal anomaly when you survived the killing curse, it created a ripple effect. The Commission monitors those disruptions. Usually, they eliminate the source. Like me. Yes. But you took me instead. 5 glanced at the 5-year-old strapped into the co-pilot seat. They were going to kill you or worse. I made a tactical decision. Harry nodded thoughtfully. That man said they want me alive now. That's different. 5 raised an eyebrow. The kid missed nothing. Yes. That's concerning. We should find out why. We will. 5 reached over and ruffled Harry's perpetually messy hair, an unusual gesture for him, but the right one judging by the boy's small smile. First, we need to understand your magic better. Harry's smile widened. Am I having wand practice today? After you practice field medicine. I'll teach you how to stitch a wound. On a dummy? On me, 5 answered, gesturing to a cut on his arm from the fight. I'll heal, but you should learn properly. Harry didn't flinch or complain. He never did. At 7, Harry dislocated 5's shoulder during training. They were in a warehouse outside Tokyo, sparring at full speed. 5 had been pushing him harder lately, teleporting around him, forcing Harry to anticipate movements, use his surroundings. Harry had adapted faster than expected. When 5 materialized behind him, Harry didn't turn around. Instead, he dropped to the floor, swept 5's legs, and as the older man began to fall, grabbed his arm and twisted with his entire body weight. The pop was audible. So was 5's grunt of pain. Harry immediately let go, eyes wide. 5. I didn't, good, 5 interrupted, sitting up and holding his limp arm. That was exactly what you should have done. But I hurt you. You incapacitated an attacker, 5 corrected, wincing. Help me reset this. Harry nodded, moving to Five's side with practiced efficiency. He'd studied anatomy extensively, Five had made sure of that. Grip here, Five instructed. Now pull steadily, then push when I tell you. Harry followed directions perfectly. Another pop, another grunt, and Five rolled his shoulder gingerly. Better, he said. Your technique has improved significantly. Harry didn't look pleased with the praise. What if I'd broken something? What if you couldn't teleport us out if someone attacked? Five studied the boy. 7 years old and already thinking about tactical vulnerabilities and contingency plans. Most kids worried about monsters under the bed. That's why we have these, Five replied, pulling open a cabinet to reveal rows of weapons, guns, knives, garrotes, even a few explosives. And why you've been practicing wandless magic. Harry's face remained troubled. But he stopped, seemingly uncertain how to finish. Five knew what he meant. Guardian? Teacher? They'd never defined their relationship with words like father or son, though that's effectively what they'd become. I'm not going anywhere, Five said firmly. But the day will come when you need to operate independently. That's what all this training is for. Harry nodded, then abruptly raised his hand. A blue light glowed from his palm, and Five felt a warm sensation spread through his injured shoulder. The pain receded significantly. What did you just do? Five asked, rotating his arm with surprising ease. Healing spell, Harry explained. I've been practicing. I found it in that book we took from that shop in Prague. Five hadn't known Harry could perform that level of magic yet. The kid was constantly surprising him. Don't tell me you've been injuring yourself to practice. Harry gave him a look that clearly said, I'm not stupid. I heal the fish before we cook them, he explained. And plants. It's harder with complex organisms. Five shook his head, somewhere between impressed and concerned. Come on. Time for languages. Can we do Arabic? I've been reading those scrolls we found. Five checked his watch. 1 hour of Arabic, then we work on explosives. Harry grinned. Best day ever. The first time Harry killed someone, he was 9. They were in Buenos Aires, investigating rumors of a magical community that might have information about the prophecy Five had been tracking. Someone connected to Harry's parents, to that night in Godric's Hollow. Instead, they found Artemis Gray. She was Five's former partner at the commission, brilliant, ruthless, and the only person who'd ever come close to catching them. The ambush was nearly perfect. Five was separated from Harry by a controlled explosion, then pinned down by sniper fire from 3 different angles. Harry was supposed to follow protocol, retreat to the safe house, initiate the emergency contingency plan, wait for Five to make contact within 48 hours. Instead, he circled behind Artemis. Five only saw the aftermath. One moment he was calculating his odds of teleporting past the snipers, the next the shooting stopped. He found Harry standing over Artemis's body in an alley 2 blocks away, a bloody knife in his hand. She didn't see me coming, Harry said quietly. Just like you taught me. Five checked Artemis for a pulse. Nothing. The knife had punctured her kidney, then her liver. A painful way to die. Are you injured? Five asked, already checking Harry for wounds. No. Harry's voice was steady, but his hands trembled slightly. She was going to kill you. She said so on her radio. Five nodded, quickly going through Artemis's pockets. He found what he expected, commission orders, a temporal displacement device, and a small vial of something green. What's that? Harry asked. Poison, probably, Five pocketed the vial. Artemis always liked backup plans. Was she important? Very. The handler's favorite. Five stood, surveying the scene. We need to go. Now. They burned the safe house remotely and left Argentina that night. On the cargo ship heading north, Harry finally broke his silence. Is killing always that quiet? 5 looked up from the documents he'd taken from Artemis. No. Usually it's messy and loud and goes wrong in ways you don't expect. She just looked at me. She knew she was dying and she just looked at me. 5 set the papers down. This was important. Artemis Gray killed 78 people that we know of. She was hunting us to either kill you or take you to the commission, where they would have turned you into something worse than her. I know. Harry's voice was small. I'm not sorry I did it. I just thought I'd feel different. 5 moved to sit beside Harry on the narrow bunk. The fact that you're thinking about it at all means you're nothing like her. Nothing like me, either. Harry leaned against 5's shoulder slightly. Yes, I am. I'm exactly like you. 5 didn't know whether to be proud or horrified. Both, probably. Get some sleep, he said. Tomorrow we start planning our next move. Artemis had intelligence on something called the Department of Mysteries. Sounds like our kind of place. Harry nodded, lying down. 5. Yes. I'd do it again. If someone was going to hurt you. 5 watched the boy's eyes drift closed. I know, kid. That's what worries me. When Harry turned 10, 5 broke their no birthdays rule and took him to an actual cinema for a movie. After years of constant training, surveillance evasion, and combat preparation, it seemed important to remind Harry that normal things existed. That was. Harry struggled for words as they left the theater. Awful. 5 suggested. The plot had 17 major holes, and the action sequences defied basic physics. Amazing, Harry corrected. Can we do that again sometime? 5 checked their surroundings automatically, noting exits, potential threats, surveillance cameras. Old habits. Maybe. When it's strategically sound. Harry rolled his eyes but grinned. Over the years, he'd developed a sharp sense of humor that occasionally caught 5 off guard. It was moments like these when 5 realized Harry was actually becoming his own person, not just a miniature assassin. They walked through London's evening crowds, blending in despite the weapons concealed under their jackets. Being back in England had been a calculated risk, but 5 needed access to certain magical resources only available here. There's someone following us, Harry said casually, pretending to look at a shop window. Tall man, black coat, keeping exactly half a block behind. 5 nodded approvingly. Since the corner of Regent Street. Commission? No, Harry replied. Different movement pattern. And he's holding something in his pocket. Not a gun, something longer. A wand, 5 concluded. Interesting. They've finally found us. They'd managed to stay off the wizarding world's radar for years through a combination of constant movement and 5's expertise in temporal concealment. But they couldn't hide forever. What's the play? Harry asked, slipping into mission mode. Let's see what he wants first. 5 guided them into a park with his hand on Harry's shoulder. If he attacks, incapacitate only. We need information. The man followed them into the park, keeping his distance until they reached a secluded area near some trees. Then he approached openly, hands visible. Mr. Hargreeves, the tall, scarred man called. A word, please. 5 positioned himself slightly in front of Harry. You have us at a disadvantage. Alastair Moody. I'm not here to cause trouble. The man's magical eye swiveled independently, scanning their surroundings. Just delivering a message. From whom? 5's hand inched toward the knife at his back. Albus Dumbledore. Moody pulled an envelope from his coat slowly. The boy's Hogwarts letter. He turns 11 next year. 5 didn't move to take it. And if we're not interested? Moody's real eye narrowed. 10 years, Hargreeves. 10 years we've been looking for the boy who lived. Dumbledore wants a conversation, not a confrontation. Yet you tracked us down without invitation. We've known where you were for months, Moody countered. Could have moved against you any time. Didn't. Harry stepped forward. What does the letter say? 5 shot him a warning look, but Harry held his ground. Sometimes the kid was too curious for his own good. Moody held out the envelope. See for yourself. 5 intercepted it, checking for traps or tracking spells before handing it to Harry. The boy opened it carefully, reading the formal invitation to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Why would I want to go to a school? Harry asked bluntly. I already know more than most adult wizards. Moody's scarred face twisted into what might have been a smile. Confident, aren't you? But there's more to magic than combat spells and brewing poisons. 5 raised an eyebrow. They'd been thorough in their information gathering. Dumbledore wants to meet, Moody continued. Neutral ground, your choice of location. Just talk. Why now? 5 demanded. You've left us alone for a decade. Moody's magical eye fixed on Harry. Things are changing. People who want the boy dead are getting bolder. Dark magic is resurfacing. Voldemort, Harry said calmly. Moody flinched slightly at the name. Among others. 5 exchanged a glance with Harry. This aligned with information they'd gathered independently. Something was stirring in the wizarding world. We'll consider it, 5 said finally. How do we contact Dumbledore if we decide to meet? Moody produced a small silver object that resembled a cigarette lighter. Click this 3 times when you're ready. He'll find you. 5 took it warily. And if we choose to decline the invitation entirely? Your choice, Moody shrugged. But hiding's getting harder, isn't it? Commission still hunting you, Death Eaters searching for the boy, Ministry monitoring for underage magic. How long before someone catches up? Harry stiffened beside 5. You know about the commission? Moody's expression darkened. More than you might think. Ask Dumbledore about the Department of Mysteries when you meet him. With that, he turned and walked away, vanishing with a pop after rounding a tree. 5 pocketed the silver device. Well, that complicates things. He knew about the commission, Harry repeated. And the Department of Mysteries. 5, this could be the connection we've been looking for. Or a trap, 5 countered. Remember Prague? Harry nodded grimly. The Prague incident had nearly gotten them both killed. Still, 5 continued, Moody's right about one thing. Hiding is getting harder. The Commission's new temporal tracking technology nearly caught us in Barcelona. And these wizards have resources we could use. Harry studied the Hogwarts letter again. So we're meeting Dumbledore? We're meeting Dumbledore, 5 confirmed. But we're doing it our way. And Harry? He fixed the boy with a serious look. If anything feels wrong, kill everyone and run, Harry finished with a half-smile. Standard protocol. 5 shook his head. You're getting too cavalier about murder. I learned from the best, Harry replied, tucking the letter into his jacket. Besides, I wasn't planning to kill everyone. Just the necessary ones. 5 couldn't help the small smile that crept onto his face. Progress. Now let's get back to the safe house and prepare. We have a lot of contingency planning to do. As they walked, Harry glanced up at the night sky. 5. Do you think my parents would have wanted me to go to Hogwarts? The question caught 5 off guard. Harry rarely spoke about James and Lily Potter. I think, 5 said carefully, they would have wanted you to be prepared for whatever's coming. Which you are. Harry nodded, satisfied with the answer. Then let's go meet this Dumbledore guy and see what he knows. They chose an abandoned lighthouse on the Scottish coast for the meeting. Defensible position, clear sightlines, multiple escape routes including a boat 5 had prepared with emergency supplies. Harry stood at the window, watching the approaching figure with binoculars. Tall, long white beard, ridiculous purple robes. Matches the description. 5 checked his watch. Right on time. Impressive considering I only activated the signal 20 minutes ago. They'd spent a week preparing for this meeting. 5 had gathered every scrap of information available on Albus Dumbledore, his history, his powers, his connections to the Ministry and to Harry's parents. They'd set up defensive measures around the lighthouse, including some of Harry's more creative magical traps. Remember, 5 said, let me do the talking initially. Watch his hands, his eyes. Look for tells. Harry nodded, tucking his wand into his sleeve holster, a custom design 5 had created after Harry started showing serious aptitude for wand work. The boy had insisted on getting a proper wand 2 years ago, so they'd broken into Ollivander's after hours, trying wands until one chose him. 11 inches, holly with a phoenix feather core. They'd left payment on the counter. A gentle knock sounded at the door. 5 nodded to Harry, who moved into his predetermined position, then opened the door himself. Albus Dumbledore stood framed in the doorway, looking exactly as described in the intelligence they'd gathered. Ancient, powerful, with twinkling blue eyes that immediately set 5 on edge. No one should look that friendly when walking into a potential ambush. Mr. Hargreeves, Dumbledore greeted him. Thank you for agreeing to meet. May I come in? 5 stepped aside, watching the old wizard carefully. You can leave your wand on the table by the door. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow but complied without argument, placing an intricately carved wand on the small table. A reasonable precaution. Though I assume young Harry is armed. Of course I am, Harry replied from his position near the stairs. I'd be stupid not to be. Dumbledore's eyes found Harry, and something like sadness flashed across his face before being replaced by that genial smile again. Harry Potter, he said softly. You look very much like your father. But you have, my mother's eyes, Harry finished impatiently. So I've read in the history books. Can we skip the nostalgia and get to why you've spent 10 years looking for me? 5 shot Harry a warning glance. They'd agreed to a measured approach. Dumbledore seemed unfazed by Harry's directness. Straight to business, then. I respect that. He moved to sit at the small table in the center of the room, leaving the exit path clear, a deliberate gesture that 5 noted with approval. You've done an impressive job staying hidden, Dumbledore continued. Both from the magical world and, I understand, from the Commission for Temporal Affairs. 5 stiffened. How do you know about the Commission? The Department of Mysteries has long been aware of their existence, Dumbledore replied. Our worlds intersect more than either side acknowledges. Particularly when it comes to prophecies. Harry moved closer, interest piqued. The prophecy about me and Voldemort. Yes. Dumbledore folded his hands on the table. Though I suspect that's not the only prophecy relevant to your situation. The Commission's interest in you goes beyond their usual mandate of preserving timeline integrity. 5 pulled out a chair opposite Dumbledore, gesturing for Harry to join them. Explain. There are certain temporal nexus points, individuals or events around which time itself bends, Dumbledore said. Harry appears to be one of these rare phenomena. When he survived the killing curse, he didn't just defeat a dark wizard, he created a ripple in the fabric of time. The temporal anomaly I felt that night, 5 murmured. Precisely. Dumbledore nodded. The Commission typically eliminates such anomalies. The fact that they now want Harry captured alive suggests they've discovered something about his potential. Harry leaned forward. What potential? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled again. That, I'm afraid, is why I've been searching for you. There are records in the Department of Mysteries that might explain it, prophecies that intersect with time itself. But accessing them requires Harry's presence. Convenient, 5 said dryly. But necessary, Dumbledore countered. And becoming urgent. Lord Voldemort is not truly gone, as I suspect you've deduced. He will return, and when he does, Harry will be his primary target. I can handle myself, Harry stated flatly. Dumbledore studied him. I don't doubt your training has been thorough. Mr. Hargreeves has a reputation even in magical circles. But there's more to magic than combat, Harry. More to life than survival. Like what? Harry challenged. Like connection. Knowledge. Purpose beyond the next mission or the next fight. Dumbledore gestured to the Hogwarts letter that lay on the table between them. Hogwarts can offer you that. It can also offer protection while we unravel the mystery of the Commission's interest in you. Five had remained silent, analyzing every word. Now he asked, and what do you get out of this arrangement? Dumbledore smiled sadly. The chance to fulfill a promise I made to your parents, Harry. And perhaps to correct a mistake I made 10 years ago, when I intended for you to grow up with your mother's sister. The Dursleys? Harry scoffed. I've seen them. Five took me past their house once. They're terrible. An error in judgment on my part, Dumbledore acknowledged. Though I wonder if Mr. Hargreeves made his decision for Harry's benefit or for his own purposes. Five's eyes narrowed. Careful, old man. I mean no offense, Dumbledore said mildly. Merely an observation that you've raised Harry to be quite similar to yourself. He kept me alive, Harry interjected, loyalty flaring. He taught me to protect myself. The Commission would have killed me. Voldemort's followers would have found me. True, Dumbledore conceded. And yet, I wonder if you've had the chance to choose who you want to be, rather than who you needed to be for survival. The room fell silent. Five watched Harry process this idea, saw the flicker of uncertainty cross his face. Here's what's going to happen, Five finally said. Harry will attend Hogwarts, with conditions. I maintain contact at all times. He comes and goes as needed. And we get full access to whatever information the Department of Mysteries has on the Commission and these temporal nexus points. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. That's quite a list of demands. Non-negotiable ones, Five replied. Harry needs to understand what he's up against from all sides. And I'll be damned if I'm sending him into your world blind. What about the Commission? Harry asked. They'll still be looking for me. They cannot enter Hogwarts without detection, Dumbledore assured him. The magical protections are beyond their technological capabilities. Though I assume Mr. Hargreeves will want to verify that himself. Count on it, Five nodded. Dumbledore stood, extending his hand to Harry. Do we have an agreement, then? Harry looked to Five, who gave a slight nod. We do, Harry said, shaking Dumbledore's hand firmly. But the first sign of deception, the first hint that you're not being straight with us. You'll disappear again, Dumbledore finished. I understand. Though I hope to earn your trust, Harry. Both of you. Five retrieved Dumbledore's wand and handed it back to him. We'll be in touch about arrangements for getting Harry's school supplies. Of course. Dumbledore tucked his wand away. Might I suggest meeting Hagrid, our gamekeeper? He was quite fond of your parents and would be delighted to assist. Harry shrugged. Whatever works tactically. Dumbledore's expression turned pensive. You know, Harry, there's more to life than tactics and strategy. So you keep saying, Harry replied. But tactics and strategy have kept us alive this long. As Dumbledore prepared to leave, he turned back to Five. You've taught him well, Mr. Hargreeves. But remember, even the most skilled assassin needs something to live for beyond the next mission. Five's expression remained impassive. I didn't raise an assassin. I raised a survivor. After Dumbledore disappeared with a crack, Harry turned to Five. Well? What do you think? Five paced the small room, processing. He's hiding something. But he's also our best lead on the Commission's interest in you. So we're really doing this? I'm going to wizard school. You're infiltrating a strategic location to gather intelligence while developing potentially useful skills, 5 corrected. But essentially, yes. Harry broke into a rare, genuine smile. Cool. 5 tried to ignore the knot forming in his stomach. For 10 years, he'd kept Harry close, trained him personally, controlled every variable. Hogwarts would change everything. We need to prepare, 5 said, already mentally cataloging the tasks ahead. Ward detection, emergency extraction points, communication protocols. And I need to read all my textbooks before classes start, Harry added. 5 nodded approvingly. Always be better prepared than your enemies expect. As they packed up their surveillance equipment, Harry paused. 5. Thanks. For everything. 5 looked up, surprised by the sudden sentiment. For what? For taking me that night. For teaching me. 4. Harry struggled to find the right words. For giving me a choice now. 5 wasn't good with emotion, never had been. But he placed a hand on Harry's shoulder and squeezed gently. Just remember what I taught you. Trust no one completely. Always have an exit strategy. And if anything feels wrong, I know, Harry grinned. Kill everyone and run. Just the necessary ones, 5 corrected, returning the smile. We're making progress. Chapter 2, Welcome to Hogwarts, you look ridiculous, Harry stated flatly, watching 5 adjust the collar of his security guard uniform. 5 shot him a look. It's called a cover identity. And for the record, this uniform offers optimal mobility while concealing 3 weapons and a temporal displacement device. They stood on platform 9 3/4, surrounded by the chaos of families saying goodbye to their children. The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet against the station backdrop, steam billowing around them. 5 had insisted on escorting Harry personally, using forged credentials to pose as King's Cross security. Remember the protocols, 5 said, handing Harry a small leather-bound journal. Write in this daily. The pages transmit to my copy instantly. Harry tucked it into his jacket pocket. And if there's an emergency? Activate the beacon. I'll be there in under 3 minutes. 5 adjusted Harry's perfectly straight tie needlessly. The Commission's temporal sensors can't penetrate Hogwarts' magical defenses, according to our tests. That should give you some breathing room. Harry nodded, scanning the platform automatically. He'd already identified 6 exit routes, catalogued potential threats, and spotted 3 students who moved like they had combat training. Old habits. You'll blend right in, 5 muttered sarcastically. Harry realized he was standing too straight, too alert. He deliberately slouched his shoulders, tried to look nervous like the other first years. Better, 5 approved. Just don't overdo it. Appearing too harmless can be as suspicious as appearing too dangerous. The train whistle blew. Parents hugged children tighter, final warnings and reminders shouted over the noise. 5 cleared his throat awkwardly. Well. Don't die. Harry grinned. That's the most sentimental you've ever been. Shut up and get on the train, 5 replied, but there was warmth in his eyes. I'll be monitoring the perimeter. First sign of Commission activity, I know, Harry cut him off. I've got this. For a moment, they just looked at each other. 10 years of training, fighting, and running had forged something between them that didn't need words. Harry gave a small nod, and 5 returned it. Then Harry turned and boarded the train, leaving 5 standing on the platform looking uncharacteristically uncertain. Harry found an empty compartment and took the seat with the best sightlines to both the door and window. He'd memorized the train's layout from blueprints 5 had somehow acquired. Standard procedure for any new environment. The door slid open, and a girl with bushy brown hair peered in. Excuse me, have you seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. Harry assessed her instantly, no visible weapons, stance indicating no combat training, but intelligent eyes that notice details. Potential ally or potential threat, depending on her allegiances. No toads here, he replied, deliberately softening his voice to match other 11-year-olds. But I can help you look if you want. The girl brightened. Would you? That's very nice. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Harry Potter. Her eyes widened. Are you really? I know all about you, of course. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts. Harry mentally filed this information. Five's intelligence gathering had been thorough, but they'd missed some books. What exactly do they say? Well, that you defeated you-know-who when you were just a baby, and then disappeared. Some people thought you were dead, but Professor Dumbledore always said you were safe. She tilted her head. Where have you been all this time? Traveling, Harry answered vaguely. My guardian moves around a lot for work. Before she could ask more questions, a red-headed boy appeared in the doorway. Has anyone seen Harry Potter? People are saying he's on the train. Harry suppressed a sigh. Maintaining a low profile was clearly going to be challenging. That's me, he admitted. The boy gaped. Wicked. I'm Ron Weasley. Do you really have the, you know? He pointed to his forehead. Harry brushed his hair aside to reveal the lightning scar. This? Yeah. Cool. Ron invited himself in, sitting opposite Harry. Hermione followed, looking somewhat exasperated by Ron's enthusiasm. Do you remember anything? Ron asked eagerly. About the night when you-know-who tried to kill you? Five's voice echoed in Harry's head, information is currency. Never give it away for free. Not much, he lied smoothly. In truth, he had fragments of memory, green light, a woman's scream, cold laughter. Five had helped him process these memories through tactical meditation techniques. Hermione looked at him sympathetically. It must have been terrible. I've read that you went to live with Muggles after that night, but then you disappeared. Something like that, Harry hedged. My dad works at the ministry, Ron chimed in. He said they looked everywhere for you. Even had Aurors searching the Muggle world. Harry filed this information away too. The ministry's search had been more extensive than they'd realized. Well, they didn't look hard enough, Harry shrugged. I've been right there the whole time. The conversation shifted as Hermione began detailing all the spells she'd already learned and Ron talked about his large family. Harry listened carefully, gathering intelligence on wizarding families, social structures, and Hogwarts itself. When the food trolley came by, Harry bought some of everything, partly as cover to appear like an excited 11-year-old, partly because Five had insisted he learn to identify all forms of wizarding food and potential poisons. Blimey, hungry? Ron asked as Harry arranged the sweets methodically on the seat. Just curious, Harry replied, examining a chocolate frog card. Five never let me have these. Five? Hermione asked. Is that your guardian's name? Harry mentally kicked himself for the slip. Nickname. He's very precise about things. As the journey continued, Harry found himself genuinely enjoying their company. Ron's stories about growing up in a wizarding household provided valuable cultural context, and Hermione's academic knowledge filled gaps in Harry's magical education. Five had focused primarily on combat magic and practical applications, not history or theory. When the door slid open again, 3 boys entered, a pale, blonde one flanked by 2 larger kids with the builds of enforcers. Is it true? The blonde boy asked. They're saying Harry Potter's in this compartment. Harry's assessment was instant and automatic. The center boy moved like someone used to authority, not combat. The 2 larger boys were trained as intimidation, not efficiency. Low threat level, but potential for future problems. Yes, Harry answered simply. "This is Crabbe and Goyle," the boy said, nodding to his companions. "And I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." Ron gave a slight cough that might have been covering a snigger. Draco glared at him. "Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. Red hair, freckles, and hand-me-down robes. You must be a Weasley." Harry's eyes narrowed slightly. He'd been taught to identify power dynamics instantly, and Draco's behavior was textbook dominance display. 5 would recommend either immediate alliance or immediate neutralization, depending on strategic value. Draco turned back to Harry. "You'll soon find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." He extended his hand. Harry looked at it, considering options. Declining would make an enemy. Accepting would alienate Ron and Hermione, who had already provided valuable information. Harry stood, matching Draco's height exactly. "I appreciate the offer, Malfoy, but I prefer to evaluate people based on their actions, not their family names." Draco's pale face flushed. "Careful, Potter. If you're not polite, you'll go the same way as your parents." They didn't know what was good for them either. Harry moved before anyone could blink. One moment he was standing casually, the next he had Draco pressed against the compartment wall, one hand gripping the boy's wrist at a precise pressure point. Nothing visible to cause alarm, but Draco's eyes widened in shock at the sudden pain. "Don't talk about my parents," Harry said quietly, his voice conversational despite the threat in his posture. "It's rude." He released Draco, who stumbled back, confused by how quickly the situation had turned. Crabbe and Goyle looked uncertainly at their leader. "You'll regret that, Potter," Draco warned, but his voice lacked conviction. They retreated quickly. Harry sat down, noticing Ron and Hermione staring at him. "Bloody hell," Ron whispered. "That was brilliant." Hermione looked less impressed. "We're not even at school yet and you're already fighting." "That wasn't fighting," Harry corrected. "That was boundary setting." Ron laughed, but Hermione continued to study Harry with newfound wariness. He'd have to be more careful. 5 had warned him repeatedly that normal children didn't have combat reflexes or tactical training. "You should change into your robes," Hermione said finally. "I expect we'll be arriving soon." As she left to check on Neville's toad again, Ron leaned forward. "Seriously, where did you learn to move like that? You were like a blur." Harry smiled noncommittally. "My guardian taught me a few things about self-defense." "Must be some guardian," Ron remarked. "He is," Harry agreed, thinking of 5. "Definitely one of a kind." Hogwarts Castle loomed against the night sky, windows glowing with warm light. Harry took in the sight clinically, identifying defensive weaknesses, noting the magical barriers 5 had warned him about, cataloging entry and exit points. Then he remembered to look impressed, like the other first-years gasping around him. Hagrid led them to boats, and Harry found himself sharing with Ron, Hermione, and a nervous-looking boy who introduced himself as Neville Longbottom. The name triggered Harry's memory. 5 had mentioned the Longbottoms in his briefing on wizarding families connected to Voldemort's fall. As they crossed the lake, Harry studied the castle's foundations from this new angle, making mental notes for his report to 5 later. The castle's magical defenses were impressive, but he'd already identified 3 potential infiltration points. Professor McGonagall met them at the entrance, explaining the sorting ceremony. Harry had researched all 4 houses extensively. Strategically, Ravenclaw offered the best access to knowledge, but Gryffindor would generate less suspicion given his family history. In the Great Hall, Harry immediately located all exits, counted the staff members, and noted which ones carried themselves like fighters. The defense against the dark arts teacher, Quirrell, according to 5's intelligence, wore a large turban and exhibited nervous mannerisms that Harry found immediately suspicious. Forced or genuine? Hard to tell from this distance. The Sorting Hat sang its song, and Harry listened with interest. A mind-reading magical artifact posed both strategic advantages and security risks. 5 had warned him to guard his thoughts during the sorting. Names were called alphabetically. Hermione went to Gryffindor, which surprised Harry slightly. Her analytical mind seemed better suited to Ravenclaw. Draco went to Slytherin, which was exactly as expected. Potter, Harry. Whispers broke out across the hall as Harry walked to the stool. He kept his posture relaxed but ready, a habit 5 had drilled into him over thousands of training sessions. The hat dropped over his eyes, and Harry immediately felt a presence in his mind. Interesting, a small voice said in his ear. Very interesting. I've never seen a mind quite like yours, Mr. Potter. Trained in occlumency already? And by such an unusual guardian. Harry concentrated on keeping certain areas of his mind shielded, commission knowledge, 5's abilities, their emergency protocols. No need to be so guarded, the hat chuckled. I can't reveal your secrets. Now, where to put you? You have courage, certainly. And intelligence in abundance. Loyalty to your guardian, though you trust few others. And such ambition, such drive to prove yourself. Not Slytherin, Harry thought firmly. 5 had been clear that Slytherin would complicate his mission due to its connections to Voldemort's former supporters. Not Slytherin, eh? Are you sure? You could be great there. But if you're certain, better be Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers. Harry removed the hat carefully and walked to join his new housemates, noting the strategic advantage of having both Hermione and Ron in the same house. Building a network of allies within Gryffindor would provide both cover and resources. As the feast began, Harry observed the other students while maintaining casual conversation. He ate methodically, using the detection techniques 5 had taught him to check for poisons or potions. Paranoid, perhaps, but alive. Are you all right, Harry? Hermione asked, noticing his systematic approach to his food. Just savoring it, he lied. I've never seen so much food in one place. Percy Weasley, Ron's prefect brother, leaned over. I heard you disappeared after that night with you-know-who. The Daily Prophet ran stories about you for years. I wasn't missing, Harry replied easily, using the cover story he and 5 had prepared. My guardian and I just traveled a lot. Private tutoring. Who is your guardian? Hermione asked. Not your Muggle relatives. No, Harry said firmly. Someone better. Before anyone could press further, Dumbledore stood for announcements. Harry listened attentively to the warnings about the Forbidden Forest and the third-floor corridor. What do you think is there? Ron whispered. On the third floor. Something valuable, Harry answered automatically. Or dangerous. Probably both. Hermione gave him another of those searching looks. How would you know that? Harry shrugged. Why else forbid access so specifically? As they followed Percy to Gryffindor Tower, Harry memorized every turn, every password, every potential weak point in the castle's security. He'd need to document everything for 5 tonight. The Gryffindor common room was warm and circular, filled with squashy armchairs. Harry immediately identified the best defensive positions, the quickest exits, the optimal surveillance points. First-year boys, this way, Percy directed them up a spiral staircase. Harry found his trunk already placed beside a 4-poster bed. He'd packed carefully under 5's supervision, clothes, books, and several concealed weapons that wouldn't trigger the castle's detection wards. As his roommates chatted excitedly, Harry sat on his bed and opened the journal 5 had given him. The pages appeared blank to anyone else, but Harry's touch revealed the writing. First report, arrived safely. Castle security as expected. Potential surveillance weak points identified. Will map emergency exit routes tomorrow. No sign of commission activity yet. Beginning reconnaissance on key targets, Quirrell, third-floor corridor. Establishing cover as normal student. The words faded into the page, transmitted to Five's matching journal. Moments later, new text appeared, confirmed. Perimeter monitoring established. I've placed sensors at all major approach routes to the castle. Focus on intelligence gathering for now. Priority targets, Quirrell, Dumbledore's activities, third floor mystery. Maintain cover at all costs. Check in daily. Harry closed the journal, satisfied. Phase 1 of infiltration complete. Tomorrow, the real work would begin. Five crouched on a rocky outcrop overlooking Hogwarts, thermal binoculars trained on the castle. His position offered optimal sight lines while remaining outside the magical detection perimeter. The handler had taught him to never get attached to targets or assets. Harry was supposed to have been just another variable in a complex temporal equation: rescue the anomaly, deliver it somewhere safe, return to regular missions. 10 years later, here he was, monitoring a magic castle to protect the boy he'd raised. Five's watch beeped softly. Time for his hourly patrol of the sensor network he'd established around Hogwarts grounds. He teleported in a flash of blue light, appearing beside a tree at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The sensor was intact, no sign of commission interference. Five checked the readings, confirming no temporal disturbances in the area. As he prepared to jump to the next checkpoint, movement in the forest caught his eye. A hooded figure glided between the trees, moving with unnatural fluidity. Not a wizard based on the movement pattern. Definitely not commission, they'd have triggered his temporal sensors. Something else, then. Something that set Five's instincts on high alert. He made a mental note to warn Harry. The game was already more complicated than anticipated. Harry's first week at Hogwarts was an exercise in restraint. Five had trained him to assess, adapt, and overcome any situation, but he'd also emphasized the importance of blending in. Drawing attention would compromise the mission. So Harry deliberately made small mistakes in transfiguration despite having mastered basic transformations years ago. He asked questions in charms that he already knew the answers to. He pretended to struggle with his broomstick in flying class until he gauged the average skill level of his peers. The only class where he didn't have to pretend was potions. Five had taught him combat potions, healing solutions, and poisons, but Snape's curriculum involved more subtle brews that Harry genuinely found challenging. Snape himself was a complication. During their first lesson, the professor had fixed Harry with a penetrating stare and asked pointed questions about advanced potions. "Potter," Snape had said silkily, "where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" Harry had answered correctly, having memorized the textbook as part of his preparation. "And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" Again, Harry knew the answer. Snape's eyes had narrowed suspiciously. "Interesting," the professor had murmured. "It seems fame isn't everything, but perhaps you've had unusual tutoring." Harry had held Snape's gaze without flinching. Five had warned him that some wizards could read minds, and Harry had practiced occlumency diligently. If Snape had attempted to probe his thoughts, he would have encountered carefully constructed barriers. After class, Ron had complained loudly about Snape's obvious bias against Gryffindor, while Hermione had praised Harry's knowledge. Neither noticed how carefully Harry was watching Snape, cataloging the professor's movements, speech patterns, and potential weaknesses. Threat assessment was automatic for Harry after years of training. By Friday evening, Harry had completed his initial reconnaissance of the castle, identifying security weaknesses, establishing surveillance points, and mapping emergency exit routes. He had also begun gathering intelligence on staff members, particularly Quirrell, whose nervous stutter Harry increasingly suspected was an act. In his nightly reports to Five, Harry documented everything, from casual conversations with students that revealed family connections to Death Eaters, to the curious behavior of certain ghosts who seemed to monitor student movements. Five's responses were typically brief but focused on specific areas for further investigation: monitor Quirrell's movements after hours. Third floor corridor likely contains valuable asset, determine security measures without triggering them. Maintain distance from Dumbledore, his interest in you extends beyond normal headmaster duties. Continue building student network for cover purposes. Harry followed these instructions methodically, establishing himself as a slightly above-average student who was friendly but somewhat reserved. He spent time with Ron and Hermione, finding their different perspectives useful for understanding wizarding culture. Ron provided insights into pure-blood traditions, while Hermione's voracious reading supplemented Harry's knowledge of magical theory. On Saturday morning, Harry slipped away from his housemates, telling them he wanted to explore the grounds alone. In reality, he had arranged to meet Five at a secluded spot near the lake, beyond the castle's immediate detection wards but within the outer perimeter that Dumbledore believed secure. Five appeared silently beside a large boulder, making no sound despite teleporting directly behind Harry. "Your situational awareness is slipping," he commented. "I could have been a threat." Harry didn't turn around. "I counted your steps from the tree line. 7, pause, 3 more. You're the only person who walks with that exact pattern. Plus, you're wearing the same cologne you always wear, which I detected when the wind shifted 20 seconds ago." Five's mouth twitched in what might have been pride. "Fine. Report." Harry outlined his findings concisely: castle security, staff assessments, student dynamics, and his progress establishing cover. "Quirrell is definitely hiding something," Harry concluded. "His stutter disappears when he thinks no one is listening. And sometimes he talks to himself in an empty classroom." "Keep your distance," Five warned. "If he's hosting Voldemort as Dumbledore suspects, he's more dangerous than he appears." "I can handle it," Harry said confidently. "No unnecessary risks," Five countered. "Remember Prague." Harry rolled his eyes. "You're never going to let me forget Prague, are you? Not until you stop being reckless." Five handed Harry a small metal device. "New communication backup. If the journals are compromised, activate this. It'll create a localized temporal distortion that I can track." Harry pocketed it. "Anything on the commission?" "Nothing definitive, but there are signs they've sent someone. I found temporal displacement residue near Hogsmeade 3 days ago." Five's expression turned grim. "After Artemis, they'll send someone equally skilled. Maybe better." "Any idea what they want with me?" Harry asked. "It's been 10 years. Why keep hunting us?" "The temporal nexus point theory Dumbledore mentioned fits with certain commission protocols I've seen." Five ran a hand through his hair, a rare display of frustration. "They preserve the timeline, but they also harvest anomalies they consider valuable. You might be both a threat and an asset to them." Harry absorbed this information silently. Five had never lied to him about the dangers they faced. "There's something else," Five continued. "I've observed movement in the Forbidden Forest. Not human, not animal. Something else. Connected to Quirrell? Possibly. Be vigilant, especially at night." Five checked his watch. "Your absence will be noticed soon. Maintain regular contact." Harry nodded, then hesitated. "Five? What?" "Hermione keeps asking about my background. My guardian. What should I tell her?" Five considered this. "Limited truth. I'm a private tutor who values secrecy. Former military. No details about the commission or time travel. And if she doesn't stop asking questions? Deflect. Distract. Or befriend her enough that she respects your privacy." "Befriend her?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "That's your tactical advice?" Five shrugged. "Genuine connections can be strategically advantageous. Just don't let your guard down completely." As Harry turned to leave, Five called after him. "And Harry? Try to act like a normal kid occasionally. Play a game. Laugh at a joke. It'll strengthen your cover." Harry looked back with a half-smile. "Is that what you did at the academy? Act normal?" "No," Five admitted. "But I should have. Hermione Granger was a problem. Not a threat, but definitely a complication. Your guardian taught you defensive spells before you came to Hogwarts? She asked during a study session in the library. That's advanced magic for a first year. Harry had made another slip, deflecting a paper wad Ron had thrown by instinctively using a minor shield charm instead of dodging physically. Just a few basics, Harry said casually. For protection. And you read all our textbooks before term started? I had a lot of free time while traveling. Hermione tapped her quill thoughtfully. You know, I've looked up records of traveling tutors registered with the ministry. There's no one listed with the initial 5 or anything similar. Harry kept his expression neutral even as he mentally calculated how to handle this line of questioning. My guardian values his privacy. He's not big on government registration. That's technically illegal, Hermione pointed out. All magical education must be overseen by the ministry. He's not exactly concerned with technical legalities. Ron looked up from his potions essay. Leave him alone, Hermione. Not everyone wants to share their whole life story. Hermione flushed slightly but persisted. I'm just curious. Harry knows all about our families, but we know almost nothing about his life before Hogwarts. Harry decided to try Five's advice. Limited truth. My guardian found me the night my parents died, he said quietly. He wasn't supposed to take me, I was meant to go to my aunt and uncle. But he saw they weren't good people, so he took me instead. He taught me how to protect myself, how to think strategically, how to survive. We moved constantly because he has enemies. Dangerous ones. Hermione's expression softened. Is that why you're always so alert? Always watching doorways and checking your food? Harry hadn't realized she'd noticed those habits. He needed to be more careful. Old habits, he admitted. Five says situational awareness keeps you alive. Five? That's really his name? Ron asked. It's what he calls himself. Hermione seemed about to ask another question, but apparently thought better of it. Well, I think it's good you had someone looking out for you, even if his methods are unconventional. Harry felt an unexpected wave of gratitude for her understanding. Maybe this friendship thing wasn't just tactical after all. Thanks, he said simply. Now, should we finish this transfiguration homework? Crisis averted, for now. Halloween arrived with the smell of baking pumpkin permeating the castle. Harry had been at Hogwarts for 2 months, maintaining his cover while continuing his investigation of the third-floor corridor and Quirrell's suspicious activities. Five's intelligence suggested increased commission activity in the area, though they'd yet to identify the specific agent. In their secure communications, Five had warned Harry to be especially vigilant during the Halloween feast. Temporal disruptions often centered around significant dates, and Halloween marked the anniversary of Voldemort's attack on the Potters. During Charms class that morning, Harry was paired with Seamus Finnegan while Ron worked with Hermione. Professor Flitwick had them practicing the levitation spell, Wingardium Leviosa. Harry performed the spell correctly on his first attempt, earning praise from Flitwick. He then deliberately failed his next 2 tries to avoid standing out too much. Ron wasn't having much success with the spell, and Hermione's attempts to correct his technique led to an argument that continued after class. She's a nightmare, honestly, Ron complained as they pushed their way into the crowded corridor. No wonder she hasn't got any friends. Someone knocked into Harry as they hurried past. It was Hermione, and Harry was startled to see tears in her eyes. I think she heard you, Harry said. Ron looked uncomfortable but muttered, she must have noticed she's got no friends. Harry frowned. Hermione hadn't appeared at their next class, and according to Parvati Patil, she was crying in the girls' bathroom. Part of Harry wanted to check on her, not just for tactical reasons, but because he genuinely disliked seeing her upset. Before he could decide what to do, they arrived at the Halloween feast. The Great Hall was decorated with live bats and giant pumpkins, but Harry barely noticed the spectacle. His attention was focused on the staff table, where Quirrell's seat remained empty. Harry's instincts sharpened to high alert. Quirrell missing on Halloween, the timing felt significant. He was just about to mention this to Ron when Quirrell himself sprinted into the hall, his turban askew and terror on his face. "Troll! In the dungeons. Thought you ought to know." He then collapsed in a dead faint. The hall erupted in panic until Dumbledore set off purple firecrackers from his wand and ordered prefects to lead students back to dormitories. As they followed Percy toward Gryffindor Tower, Harry grabbed Ron's arm. "Hermione. She doesn't know about the troll." Ron bit his lip. "Oh, all right. But Percy'd better not see us." They slipped down a side corridor, moving with purpose toward the girls' bathroom. Harry's mind raced through tactical scenarios, calculating their options if they encountered the troll. He had his wand and 2 concealed knives, but Ron was untrained and Hermione would be vulnerable. As they rounded a corner, Harry froze, pulling Ron back. "Quirrell," he whispered, pointing. The defense professor was moving quickly down a corridor, not toward the dungeons, but toward the 3rd floor. His movements were nothing like the nervous shuffling he displayed in class. He moved with confidence, purpose. Why isn't he with the other teachers? Ron wondered. Because he let the troll in as a diversion, Harry realized aloud. He's heading for the 3rd floor corridor. A foul stench reached their nostrils, followed by low grunting and the shuffling of enormous feet. At the end of the passage, the troll was emerging from a room, the girls' bathroom. "Hermione," they both whispered. Harry made a split-second decision. "You get Hermione. I'll distract it." "Are you mental?" Ron hissed. "That thing's 12 feet tall." "Just do it," Harry ordered, already moving. The troll was huge, granite gray with a lumpy body and small head. It dragged a massive wooden club along the floor as it entered the bathroom. Harry heard Hermione's terrified scream from inside. No more time for planning. He sprinted forward, grabbing a metal torch bracket from the wall and hurling it with precision at the troll's head. The impact made a loud clang, and the creature turned slowly, blinking stupidly. "Hey, ugly!" Harry shouted, drawing its attention away from the bathroom. The troll lumbered toward him, raising its club. Harry calculated angles, distances, possible moves. 5 had trained him for combat against larger opponents, though admittedly not 12-foot trolls with magic-resistant hide. As the troll swung its club, Harry rolled beneath the arc, coming up behind the creature and firing a stinging hex at its ankles. The spell barely penetrated its thick skin, but caused enough irritation to keep its attention. Ron emerged from the bathroom, pulling a shaking Hermione. "Run!" Harry yelled to them. But Hermione stood frozen in terror as the troll turned again, noticing the movement. It started toward them, club raised. Harry made a decision. Cover be damned, his friends were in danger. He launched himself at the troll's back, using momentum and precise movements to scale the creature like a climber on a rock wall. The troll roared, trying to reach behind itself as Harry scrambled upward, gripping the rough skin. "Wingardium Leviosa!" Ron shouted suddenly, performing the levitation charm perfectly. The troll's club floated out of its hand, rose high into the air, and then dropped with a sickening crack onto its owner's head. The troll swayed, then toppled forward. Harry leapt clear at the last second, landing in a controlled roll that brought him smoothly to his feet beside Ron and Hermione. The 3 of them stood in silence, staring at the unconscious troll. "Is it dead?" Hermione asked in a small voice. "Just knocked out," Harry answered, checking its pulse. "Nice work with that levitation charm, Ron." Ron's ears went pink. "Bloody hell, Harry. How did you do that? Climbing it like that?" Before Harry could formulate a suitable explanation, McGonagall burst into the corridor, followed by Snape and Flitwick. McGonagall's face was tight with fury as she surveyed the scene. "What on earth were you thinking?" she demanded. You're lucky you weren't killed. To Harry's surprise, Hermione spoke up. Please, Professor McGonagall, they were looking for me. I went looking for the troll because I thought I could deal with it on my own. If Harry and Ron hadn't found me, I'd be dead now. Harry and Ron tried to look as though this story wasn't new to them. McGonagall lectured Hermione about her foolishness, then awarded Ron and Harry 5 points each for sheer dumb luck. As the professors dealt with the troll, Harry noticed Snape's robes were torn and bloody around the right leg. The potions master caught Harry looking and quickly covered the injury. Walking back to Gryffindor Tower, Harry pieced it together. Quirrell had released the troll as a diversion. Snape had gone to the 3rd floor to intercept him and had been injured, likely by whatever was guarding the mysterious object. Thanks for lying to McGonagall, Ron said to Hermione. She smiled shyly. Well, you did save me. Harry's the one who climbed the troll, Ron pointed out. Where'd you learn to move like that anyway? Harry shrugged. Gymnastics. 5 thought it would be useful. Your guardian sounds intense, Hermione commented. You have no idea, Harry replied. From that moment on, Hermione Granger became their friend. There are some things you can't share without ending up liking each other, and knocking out a 12-foot mountain troll is one of them. That night, Harry documented the troll incident in his journal for 5, including Quirrell's suspicious behavior and Snape's injury. 5's response came quickly, confirmed suspicions about 3rd floor security. Something valuable enough for multiple protection layers. Quirrell likely working for/with Voldemort. Your display of physical abilities was risky, maintain lower profile moving forward. Commission activity increased near Hogsmeade, agent likely established cover in village. Extreme caution advised. Harry acknowledged the warning, though he felt no regrets about his actions. Ron and Hermione were the first real friends he'd ever had, and he wasn't about to let a troll kill them for the sake of his cover. Over the next few weeks, the trio became inseparable. Hermione's academic brilliance complemented Ron's knowledge of wizarding culture and Harry's strategic thinking. Together, they began investigating the mystery of the 3rd floor corridor. It's got to be something really valuable, Ron said as they huddled in the library one afternoon. Or really dangerous. Or both, Harry added. Hermione frowned over an ancient tome. But what would need that much protection at a school? Harry had theories based on his conversations with 5 and their intelligence gathering, but he kept those to himself. Instead, he said, whatever it is, Quirrell wants it, and Snape's trying to stop him. I still think Snape seems more suspicious, Hermione argued. He's so unpleasant. Being unpleasant doesn't make you evil, Harry pointed out. 5's unpleasant most of the time, but he's... He trailed off, not sure how to describe what 5 was to him. A good person? Hermione suggested gently. Harry considered this. 5 was an assassin, a killer with countless deaths on his conscience. But he was also the man who had rescued Harry, raised him, protected him. He's complicated, Harry said finally. But he taught me to look beyond appearances. Quirrell's stutter, his nervousness, it's an act. I'm sure of it. As November turned cold, Harry's surveillance of Quirrell intensified. Using 5 stealth techniques, he followed the professor after hours, documenting his movements and the times when his nervous demeanor slipped. Meanwhile, the first Quidditch match of the season approached. Harry had made the Gryffindor team after Professor McGonagall witnessed his flying abilities during their first lesson. Though 5 had advised against drawing attention through sports, he'd ultimately agreed it provided good cover and useful social integration. On the morning of the match against Slytherin, Harry received an unexpected note in his journal, attending match under disillusionment. Commission agent confirmed in Hogsmeade, female, tactical profile suggests handler's new protege. Proceed with normal activities but be alert. 5 was coming to the match. That was unprecedented. He never risked proximity to Harry in public settings unless absolutely necessary. The commission agent must pose a significant threat. As Harry walked onto the pitch with the Gryffindor team, he scanned the stands carefully. 5 would be invisible, but Harry knew his preferred observation positions. Somewhere high, with clear sight lines and multiple exit routes. The match began, and Harry circled above the action, searching for the golden snitch while keeping watch for any unusual activity. Hagrid joined Ron and Hermione in the stands, providing Harry with another friendly face to focus on. Then his broom gave a sudden lurch. It happened again, as though the broom was trying to buck him off. Harry gripped tightly, mind racing through possibilities. Mechanical failure? Unlikely. Magical interference? Almost certainly. The broom jerked and twisted, rising higher and zigzagging through the air. People pointed and gasped as Harry's broom rolled over and over, leaving him dangling by one hand. Through the chaos, Harry focused his training. 5 had taught him to remain calm under any circumstances. He spotted Hermione rushing through the stands with a jar of blue flames. She knocked over Professor Quirrell as she passed, then set Snape's robes on fire. Seconds later, Harry's broom stopped vibrating, allowing him to clamber back on. Harry dove for the ground, feeling something in his mouth. He hit the field on all fours, coughed, and the snitch fell into his hand. "I've got the snitch," he shouted, holding it up as the stands erupted. After the match, Hagrid invited the trio to his hut for tea. As they walked across the grounds, Harry felt 5's presence briefly beside him, a light touch on his shoulder, then gone. Reassurance that he was watching. In Hagrid's hut, the conversation turned to Snape and the cursed broom. "Rubbish," said Hagrid. "Why would Snape do something like that?" Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione. "We found out he tried to get past that 3-headed dog on Halloween," Harry explained. "It bit him. We think he's trying to steal whatever it's guarding." Hagrid dropped his teapot. "How do you know about Fluffy?" "Fluffy?" Ron echoed incredulously. "Yeah, he's mine. Bought him off a Greek chappie. Lent him to Dumbledore to guard the, yes." Harry encouraged. "Now, don't ask me any more," Hagrid said gruffly. "That's top secret, that is." "But Snape's trying to steal it," Hermione insisted. "Rubbish," Hagrid repeated. "Snape's a Hogwarts teacher. Then why did he just try to kill Harry?" Hermione argued. "Professor Quirrell was casting a spell too," Harry pointed out. Hermione bumped into him when she went to set Snape's robes on fire. Hagrid looked confused. "Why would Quirrell try to hurt you?" "I don't know," Harry said truthfully. "But whatever Fluffy's guarding, it's valuable enough for someone to try to kill for it." Hagrid sighed. "Listen to me, all 3 of ye. You're meddlin' in things that don't concern ye. Forget about Fluffy and forget what he's guardin'. That's between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel." "Nicholas Flamel?" Harry asked quickly. Hagrid looked furious with himself. Later that evening, Harry updated 5 on these developments through their journal. 5's response was immediate and concerned: "Nicholas Flamel, alchemist, creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Grants immortality through elixir of life. Perfect target for Voldemort's restoration. Commission records indicate Flamel was temporal anomaly, lived far beyond natural lifespan. Stone may have temporal properties explaining commission interest." Harry stared at the words. The Philosopher's Stone. That explained everything: why it was hidden at Hogwarts, why Quirrell/Voldemort wanted it, and potentially why the Commission was suddenly showing increased interest. 5's next message was even more troubling: Commission agent initiated contact in Hogsmeade. Young woman, calls herself Lila. Claims to be handler's successor. Offered deal, they want you alive, willing to negotiate terms. Obvious trap, but suggests timeline has shifted. Be prepared for direct approach from her. Trust no one new at Hogwarts. Harry closed the journal, mind racing. The Commission was getting bolder, moving from pursuit to attempted negotiation. Something had changed in their temporal calculations. He needed to warn Ron and Hermione to be careful without revealing too much. And he needed to accelerate his investigation of the stone before either Quirrell or the Commission could make their move. December arrived, bringing snow and Christmas preparations to Hogwarts. Harry signed up to stay at the castle over the holidays, as did Ron, whose parents were visiting his brother Charlie in Romania. Hermione was going home but promised to research Nicholas Flamel while away. Five had established a temporary safe house in Hogsmeade, allowing for closer monitoring of both Harry and the Commission agent. Their daily communication suggested the Commission was watching but not yet acting, gathering intelligence, perhaps, or waiting for a specific moment to strike. The castle was beautiful with Christmas decorations, but Harry remained vigilant. He continued his surveillance of Quirrell while helping Ron and Hermione search for information about Flamel. On Christmas morning, Harry woke to find presents at the foot of his bed, the first proper Christmas he'd ever had. Five didn't believe in celebrating holidays, viewing them as arbitrary calendar designations that created predictable behavior patterns exploitable by enemies. Harry received a hand-carved wooden flute from Hagrid, chocolate frogs from Hermione, and a Weasley sweater from Ron's mother. But it was the unmarked package that caught his attention. Inside was a silvery, fluid-like cloak. "That's an invisibility cloak," Ron exclaimed. "They're really rare. A note fell out, 'Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well.' There was no signature. Harry examined the cloak carefully, checking for tracking charms or magical tampering as Five had taught him. Finding none, he tried it on, confirming its effectiveness. "Who sent it?" Ron wondered. "Dumbledore, probably," Harry replied, already calculating tactical applications. An invisibility cloak would revolutionize his reconnaissance capabilities. That night, after Ron had fallen asleep, Harry tested the cloak properly. He slipped out of the dormitory and began exploring previously restricted areas of the castle. The freedom was intoxicating, no need to hide in shadows or time his movements between patrol schedules. He found himself in an unused classroom containing a magnificent mirror, as high as the ceiling, with an ornate gold frame and an inscription, "Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi." Harry approached cautiously, remembering Five's warnings about magical artifacts. Standing before the mirror, he saw not only himself but other figures, a crowd of people standing behind him. A woman with dark red hair and green eyes, his green eyes, smiled at him, waving. Beside her stood a tall, thin man with untidy black hair and glasses. His parents. But there was someone else in the mirror too, standing slightly apart from the Potters. Five, looking younger and less burdened, one hand resting protectively on Mirror Harry's shoulder. Harry stared, transfixed. The mirror showed his family, both birth and chosen. He returned the following night, and the night after that, drawn to the images. On the third night, he wasn't alone. "Back again, Harry." Dumbledore sat on a desk against the wall. Harry berated himself for not checking the room properly before entering, a rookie mistake Five would never let him forget. "I didn't see you, sir." "Strange how nearsighted being invisible can make you," Dumbledore smiled. "You, like many before you, have discovered the delights of the Mirror of Eris. It shows my family," Harry said cautiously. "And more, I think," Dumbledore observed. "The happiest man on earth would look into the mirror and see only himself, exactly as he is. The mirror shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts." Harry remained silent, unwilling to discuss what he'd seen, especially Five's presence alongside his parents. "This mirror gives neither knowledge nor truth," Dumbledore continued. "Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they have seen, or been driven mad, not knowing if what it shows is real or even possible. The mirror will be moved to a new home tomorrow, Harry, and I ask you not to go looking for it again." Harry nodded, though his mind was already analyzing Dumbledore's behavior. Why was the headmaster wandering the castle at night? Was he following Harry specifically? Sir, Harry ventured, can I ask you something? Obviously, you've just done so, Dumbledore smiled. But you may ask me one more thing. What do you see when you look in the mirror? I see myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks. One can never have enough socks. Harry knew a deflection when he heard one, he'd been trained by the best, after all. As he returned to his dormitory, he added this encounter to his mental file on Dumbledore. The headmaster was playing a deeper game than he let on. After the Christmas break, Hermione returned with renewed determination to find information on Flamel. Though Harry already knew about the Philosopher's Stone from 5, he couldn't reveal this knowledge without raising questions about his sources. Instead, he guided their research subtly, suggesting sections of the library they hadn't yet explored. Finally, Hermione found Flamel mentioned in a book about alchemy, creator of the Philosopher's Stone, which produced the elixir of life, making the drinker immortal. That's what Fluffy's guarding. Hermione exclaimed. The Philosopher's Stone. Ron looked shocked. No wonder Snape wants it. Anyone would. It's not Snape, Harry insisted. It's Quirrell. Or someone working through Quirrell. His friends remained skeptical of this theory, but Harry knew better. Five's intelligence combined with his own observations made him certain that Quirrell was the real threat, likely working with or possessed by Voldemort himself. As January turned to February, Harry noticed increased activity in his surveillance of Quirrell. The professor was spending more time near the third-floor corridor, testing the defenses. Meanwhile, Five reported that Lila, the commission agent, had established a cover as a vendor in Hogsmeade, making regular trips to the Hog's Head Inn to meet with hooded figures. The pieces were moving on multiple boards, and Harry felt the pressure building towards some inevitable confrontation. In late February, Harry was returning from Quidditch practice when he spotted Snape heading into the Forbidden Forest. Using his invisibility cloak, Harry followed at a safe distance, employing the tracking techniques Five had drilled into him over years of training. In a shadowy clearing, Snape met with Quirrell. Have you found out how to get past that beast of Hagrid's yet? Snape demanded. But Severus, you don't want me as your enemy, Quirrell, Snape threatened, stepping closer. I don't know what you know perfectly well what I mean. Your little bit of hocus pocus. I'm waiting. But I don't, very well, Snape cut him off. We'll have another chat soon, when you've had time to think about where your loyalties lie. He threw his cloak over his head and strode out of the clearing. Quirrell stood frozen. Then, to Harry's shock, the stutter disappeared as Quirrell spoke to himself in a cold, calculating voice. Soon, my lord. Soon we will have the stone, and you will return to power. Harry retreated carefully, making his way back to the castle to document this exchange for Five. This confirmed their suspicions. Quirrell was working with Voldemort, and Snape was trying to stop him. When Harry returned to the common room, he found Ron and Hermione frantically studying for exams. He joined them, maintaining his cover as a regular student while his mind worked through the implications of what he'd witnessed. Harry? Hermione's voice broke into his thoughts. Are you all right? You seem distracted. Just tired from practice, he lied smoothly. Well, you should rest up. The match against Hufflepuff is tomorrow, and we need to win to overtake Slytherin in the House Championship. Harry nodded, though Quidditch rankings were the least of his concerns right now. That night, he updated Five, confirmed, Quirrell working with /for Voldemort. Snape attempting to prevent stone theft. Expect accelerated timeline, Quirrell growing desperate under pressure. Commission agent Lila still maintaining distance but increasing surveillance. Recommend preparing for multiple threats converging. Five's response was grim, extraction protocols on standby. If Commission and Voldemort both move on stone, situation becomes high risk. Priority remains your safety. Abandon mission and activate emergency beacon if threats converge. Better to regroup than be captured by either party. Harry understood the logic but had no intention of running if his friends were in danger. Some principles transcended tactical considerations, something Five might not understand, but Harry felt with certainty. The next day, Harry headed to the Quidditch pitch for the match against Hufflepuff. Professor Snape would be refereeing, adding another layer of tension to an already complicated situation. As the teams took to the air, Harry spotted Dumbledore in the stands, an unusual occurrence that seemed to surprise Snape as well. Whatever was happening, the key players were all converging. The game began, and Harry circled high above the action, scanning not just for the snitch but for any signs of unusual activity. He spotted Ron and Hermione with their wands ready, apparently prepared to counteract any attempt to jinx his broom again. Then he saw something that made his blood run cold. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, partially concealed by trees, stood a woman he didn't recognize, but her stance, the way she scanned the crowd, the subtle bulge of a concealed weapon under her jacket. Commission training was unmistakable. Lila had come to watch the match. Which meant Harry was her target, not the stone. Five would be nearby, invisible or disguised, but Harry couldn't risk drawing attention to either of them. He needed to end this game quickly and get back to the castle's protection. He spotted the snitch hovering near Snape's left ear and dove. The potions master turned just in time to see Harry streaking toward him, missing him by inches as Harry closed his hand around the tiny golden ball. The game was over in record time, less than 5 minutes. The Gryffindor stands erupted in cheers, but Harry was already landing, eyes fixed on the tree line where he'd seen Lila. She was gone. Harry hurried to the locker rooms, changed quickly, and was about to head back to the castle when he felt a presence behind him. He spun, wand ready, to find a young woman with dark hair and a disarming smile. "Hello, Harry," she said. "My name is Lila. I believe you know who I work for." Harry maintained his defensive stance. "The commission." "Smart boy." Her smile widened. "Fives taught you well. What do you want?" "Just a conversation." She held her empty hands up. "No weapons, no extraction team. Just me, delivering a message from the new management." Harry's eyes narrowed. New management? The handler had, unfortunate accidents. "I've taken her position." Lila leaned against the wall casually. The commission's old approach was inefficient. "Trying to eliminate temporal anomalies like you. Short-sighted." "And the new approach?" "Recruitment. Collaboration. Your temporal nexus properties make you valuable, Harry. We want to work with you, not against you." Harry remained silent, assessing. This was different from the Commission 5 had described, more flexible, more pragmatic, potentially more dangerous. "Here's our offer," Lila continued. "We stop hunting you in 5. In exchange, when you turn 17, you come work for us. Just occasional consultations on temporal matters. Your unique magical temporal signature could revolutionize our understanding of timeline anomalies." "And if I refuse?" Lila's smile didn't waver. "Then nothing changes. We keep hunting you. 5 keeps running. Eventually, we catch up. You know how that ends. Why wait until I'm 17? Temporal Ethics Code. We don't recruit minors anymore." She pushed off the wall. "Think about it, Harry. Freedom from constant pursuit. 5 could stop running for once in his miserable life. All for some part-time work when you're older." "I'll consider it," Harry said noncommittally. "Good boy. Tell 5 I'll be at the Hog's Head tomorrow if he wants to discuss terms." She turned to leave, then paused. "Oh, and Harry. Whatever quarrel's planning for the stone. Stay out of it. That's not your fight." She knew about the stone. The commission was more informed than they'd realized. As she walked away, Harry felt the familiar presence of 5 beside him, materializing from thin air. "You heard?" Harry asked. "Every word." Five's face was grim. It's a trap. The Commission doesn't negotiate, they eliminate or exploit. But what if they've really changed their approach? What if we could stop running? Five shook his head. They want your temporal nexus properties. That means experiments, tests, probably dissection eventually. Lila's worse than the handler, more ruthless, more ambitious. Harry processed this. She knew about the stone. About Quirrell. Which means she's been here longer than we thought, gathering intelligence. Five checked his watch. Go back to your friends. Act normal. I'll monitor Lila, see what else I can learn. And if she really is at the Hog's Head tomorrow, then I'll hear what she has to say. Five adjusted his jacket, where Harry knew multiple weapons were concealed. But I'll be prepared for treachery. As Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower, his mind raced with new variables. The Commission wanted him alive and cooperative. Voldemort wanted the stone. Snape was trying to protect it. Dumbledore was watching everyone. The board was getting crowded, the game increasingly complex. Ron and Hermione were waiting with butterbeer and snacks to celebrate the Quidditch victory. Harry forced himself to smile and join the festivities, all while planning his next moves. If the Commission and Voldemort were both making their plays, the endgame was approaching faster than anyone realized. March melted into April, and tensions continued to build. Harry maintained regular contact with Five, who reported that his meeting with Lila had confirmed their suspicions. The Commission's offer was elaborately baited but ultimately deadly. They wanted Harry for experiments, not collaboration. Meanwhile, preparations for final exams had the entire school in a frenzy. Harry, Ron, and Hermione spent hours in the library, though Harry's focus remained divided between academics and surveillance. One afternoon, they spotted Hagrid in the library, suspiciously hiding something behind his back. After he left, they investigated and discovered he had been researching dragon breeding. But that's against wizarding law, Ron explained. Dragon breeding was outlawed by the Warlocks Convention of 1709. They visited Hagrid's hut and found the gamekeeper with a large black egg in his fireplace, a Norwegian Ridgeback dragon egg that he'd won in a card game at the Hog's Head. The stranger seemed quite glad to get rid of it, Hagrid explained cheerfully. Harry felt a chill of realization. Did this stranger seem interested in what kind of creatures you look after? Well, yeah. He asked about the creatures I've handled. I told him, after Fluffy, a dragon would be easy. Did he seem interested in Fluffy? Harry pressed. Course he was interested in Fluffy. How many three-headed dogs do you meet? So I told him, the trick with any beast is to know how to calm it. Take Fluffy, just play him a bit of music and he falls straight to sleep. Hagrid looked horrified at what he'd just revealed. I shouldn't ha' told ya that. Forget I said it. But Harry, Ron, and Hermione were already exchanging alarmed glances. Someone, almost certainly Quirrell, now knew how to get past Fluffy. As they hurried back to the castle, Harry updated Five through their communication device. Five's response was immediate, timeline accelerating. Quirrell will move soon. Commission activity also increased, multiple agents spotted in Hogsmeade. Prepare for extraction if necessary. Harry had no intention of being extracted while his friends remained in danger, but he kept this to himself. Over the next few weeks, they helped Hagrid with the dragon until it became clear the creature was growing too large and dangerous to keep secret. Ron's brother Charlie agreed to have friends collect the dragon from the astronomy tower at midnight. The plan went smoothly until they were caught by Filch on their way back to Gryffindor Tower. In the confusion, Harry had left his invisibility cloak at the top of the tower. They received detention and lost 50 points each, devastating Gryffindor's lead in the House Championship. Their detention took them into the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid, searching for an injured unicorn. Harry was paired with Draco Malfoy and Hagrid's dog Fong, a tactical arrangement that left him vulnerably exposed if real danger emerged. Deep in the forest, they found the unicorn, dead, its silvery blood gleaming in the moonlight. Before they could react, a hooded figure crawled across the ground and began to drink the unicorn's blood. Draco screamed and ran with Fawn, but Harry stood frozen, a searing pain shooting through the lightning scar on his forehead. The hooded figure raised its head and looked directly at Harry, silvery blood dripping from its mouth. A centaur named Firenze arrived and chased the figure away, then offered to carry Harry back to safety. "Do you know what unicorn blood is used for, Mr. Potter?" Firenze asked as they traveled. "No," Harry admitted, though his mind was already racing through possibilities. "It will keep you alive, even if you are an inch from death, but at a terrible price. You have slain something pure and defenseless to save yourself, and you will have but a half-life, a cursed life, from the moment the blood touches your lips." "But who would be that desperate?" Harry asked, already suspecting the answer. "Can you think of no one who has waited many years to return to power, who has clung to life, awaiting their chance?" "Voldemort," Harry whispered. The centaur nodded grimly. The Philosopher's Stone would complete his return, true immortality, not this half-existence. When Harry returned to the castle, he immediately shared this information with Ron and Hermione, then updated Five through their secure channel. Five's response was more urgent than ever, endgame approaching. Voldemort possessing Quirrell confirmed. Stone at imminent risk. Commission prepositioning extraction teams around castle perimeter. Lila planning something significant. Stay inside the castle. Preparing emergency contingencies. Harry understood the gravity of the situation. With Voldemort on the verge of returning and the commission closing in, the danger had never been greater. The trio spent the next few days studying for exams while keeping watch on the third-floor corridor. Harry's scar continued to burn painfully, which he took as a warning that Voldemort was growing stronger, more active. After their History of Magic exam, the last of their finals, Harry suddenly realized something critical. "We need to see Hagrid. Now." They raced across the grounds to Hagrid's hut, where Harry confronted the gamekeeper about the stranger who had given him the dragon egg. "What did he look like?" "Dunno," Hagrid shrugged. He kept his hood up. "Did you talk about Hogwarts? About what you do here?" "Might come up," Hagrid frowned. "Yeah, he asked what kind of creatures I look after, so I told him about Fluffy." "Did he seem interested in Fluffy?" "Course he was interested. How many three-headed dogs d'you meet?" "So I told him, Fluffy's a piece o' cake if you know how to calm him down. Just play him a bit o' music and he falls straight asleep." Hagrid looked horrified. "I shouldn't ha' told ya that. Where are ya going?" But Harry, Ron, and Hermione were already running back to the castle. Dumbledore had left for London that morning, summoned urgently by the Ministry. The stone was vulnerable, and Quirrell knew how to get past Fluffy. "He's going to try to steal it tonight," Harry said as they huddled in the empty common room. "With Dumbledore gone, it's his best chance." "But what can we do?" Hermione asked anxiously. Harry's mind raced through scenarios, weighing options against risks. Five would advise non-intervention, extraction, letting the adults handle it. But Harry knew better. Quirrell already had too much of a head start. "We're going to protect the stone ourselves," he decided. That night, they set out under the invisibility cloak, narrowly avoiding Peeves and reaching the third-floor corridor without detection. The door was already ajar, Quirrell had been there. Inside, they found Fluffy awake and growling, but a bewitched harp lay nearby. The music had stopped, but they managed to get through the trapdoor before the massive dog fully woke. They landed on something soft, Devil's Snare, a deadly plant that began to constrict them. Hermione recognized it and conjured flames that drove it back, allowing them to escape. The next chamber contained flying keys and broomsticks. Harry's seeker skills enabled him to catch the right key and unlock the door to a giant wizard's chessboard. Ron took command, directing them as pieces in the life-size chess game. When victory required sacrifice, Ron allowed himself to be taken, knocked unconscious by the White Queen. "Go on," he managed to say before passing out. "You have to stop him." Harry and Hermione continued to the next challenge, a logic puzzle involving potions and fire barriers. Hermione solved it brilliantly, identifying the potion that would allow Harry to move forward through the black flames. "There's only enough for one person," she noted, holding the tiny bottle. "You drink the one that lets you go back," Harry instructed. "Get Ron, send an owl to Dumbledore, and use the flute to get past Fluffy." "But Harry, what if you know who is with Quirrell?" Harry touched his scar, which had been burning steadily worse. "I've faced him before and survived. I'm not alone either, Five is watching. He'll know if I need help." Though he wasn't entirely certain of this last part. His communication device might not work this deep underground. Hermione hugged him suddenly. "Harry, you're a great wizard, you know." "Not as good as you," he said, surprised by the gesture. "Me? Books and cleverness. There are more important things, friendship and bravery." They separated, each drinking their respective potions. Hermione went back for Ron while Harry stepped through the black flames into the final chamber. Someone was already there, but it wasn't Quirrell. It was Professor Snape. "You?" Harry gasped, genuinely surprised for the first time in years. Snape's lip curled. "Yes, Potter. Though I expected Quirrell to beat us both here." "You're trying to protect the stone." "Obviously." Snape gestured to the mirror of Eriste, which stood in the center of the chamber. "Dumbledore's final defense. The stone is inside the mirror somehow." Before Harry could process this twist, slow clapping echoed through the chamber. Quirrell emerged from the shadows, smiling without a trace of his usual stutter. "Bravo, Severus. You almost had me convinced you were working against me all year." He flicked his wand, and ropes appeared, binding Snape tightly. The potion's master fell to the floor, struggling against his bonds. "Professor Quirrell," Harry acknowledged, shifting into a defensive stance. "Or should I say, Voldemort?" Quirrell laughed coldly. "Clever boy. My master is indeed with me, wherever I go. But now, Potter, you can help me find the stone. Dumbledore hid it in this mirror, and you're going to retrieve it for me." Harry approached the mirror of Eriste cautiously, remembering how it showed one's deepest desire. As he gazed into it, he saw himself finding the stone but not using it, just keeping it from Voldemort. To his shock, his reflection winked and put the stone in his pocket. Simultaneously, Harry felt the real stone drop into his actual pocket. "Well?" Quirrell demanded impatiently. "What do you see?" Harry thought quickly. "I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore. I've won the House Cup." "He lies," hissed a high, cold voice that seemed to come from Quirrell himself. "Let me speak to him, face to face." "Master, you are not strong enough. I have strength enough for this." Quirrell reached up and began unwrapping his turban. On the back of his head, where there should have been only skin, there was a face, chalk-white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, like a snake. "Harry Potter," it whispered. "See what I have become. Mere shadow and vapor. I can have form only when I share another's body. But once I have the elixir of life, I will be able to create a body of my own." Harry's hand closed around his wand in his pocket, mind racing through combat scenarios. Five had prepared him for many situations, but facing a dual-bodied enemy was a new challenge. "Why hide behind Quirrell?" Harry asked, buying time. "Why not face me directly?" "Because you fascinate me, Harry Potter. How did a baby with no extraordinary magical talent defeat the greatest wizard of all time?" "It was love," they said. "Your mother's love for you. But now I can touch you." Quirrell reached out, and when his fingers contacted Harry's skin, they both screamed in agony. Quirrell's hand blistered and burned at the touch. "Seize him!" Voldemort shrieked, and Quirrell lunged. Harry reacted instinctively, grabbing Quirrell's face with both hands. The professor howled in pain as his skin burned and blistered wherever Harry touched. Understanding now, Harry pressed his advantage, grappling with Quirrell despite the pain in his scar. The chamber door burst open, and multiple figures rushed in, Dumbledore, his face white and urgent, and Five, materializing from thin air beside Harry. "Harry!" Five shouted, pulling him away from the collapsing Quirrell. Voldemort's spirit wrenched itself from Quirrell's dying body, passing through Harry like a ghost, knocking him unconscious. The last thing Harry saw was Five's face, genuinely afraid for perhaps the first time in their years together, and Dumbledore looking between them with dawning comprehension. Harry woke in the hospital wing, sunlight streaming through the windows. Dumbledore sat beside his bed, smiling gently. "Good morning, Harry." Harry tried to sit up, immediately scanning for threats, exits, weapons. "The stone is safe. Professor Quirrell failed to take it from you. He did not survive the encounter, I'm afraid. And Voldemort fled when I arrived. Mere spirit again, but not gone." Harry nodded, processing this. "And, was someone else there? At the end?" Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Your guardian made quite an entrance. Spatial displacement is a remarkable ability, especially when combined with the determination to protect someone you care about." So Five had revealed himself to Dumbledore. That was unprecedented. "Where is he now?" "Waiting outside, quite impatiently. We've had several interesting conversations about your upbringing." Harry felt a surge of protectiveness. "Five rescued me. He taught me to defend myself." "Yes, I can see that." Dumbledore looked at him thoughtfully. "He also raised you to be a warrior in a war you didn't start, Harry." "Better than being unprepared," Harry countered. "Voldemort won't stop coming for me. Neither will the Commission." Dumbledore nodded gravely. "Ah, yes. Your guardian explained about these temporal authorities. Another complexity I hadn't anticipated. Are you going to try to separate us?" Harry asked directly. "Because it won't work. We have contingencies." To his surprise, Dumbledore chuckled. "No, Harry. Unconventional as your arrangement may be, it's clear Mr. Hargreeves cares deeply for your welfare. And you for his. Some bonds transcend ordinary guardian-child relationships." Relief flooded through Harry. "Then can I see him?" "Of course. But first, let me explain about the stone. Nicholas and I have agreed it must be destroyed. But Flamel will die. He has enough elixir to set his affairs in order. For him, it is like going to bed after a very, very long day." Harry considered this. "You knew I'd go after Quirrell, didn't you? You set it all up." Dumbledore's smile faded slightly. "I had suspicions you might involve yourself, yes. Though I confess, your capabilities exceeded my expectations. Your guardian has trained you remarkably well. But you still let 3 first-years face Voldemort alone," Harry pointed out. "An error in judgment I deeply regret," Dumbledore acknowledged. "One your guardian has made abundantly clear to me in terms I shall not repeat." Harry smiled despite himself. He could imagine Five's colorful language on the subject. Dumbledore stood. "I'll send him in. And Harry? Whatever comes next, remember you have allies at Hogwarts now. You're not alone in this fight." After Dumbledore left, Five entered, looking uncharacteristically disheveled. He checked the room for surveillance before speaking. "Well, that was dramatic," he said dryly, but his eyes betrayed his concern. "Next time, maybe consider the extraction option before confronting a dark wizard possessed by a darker one." "You would have done the same thing," Harry pointed out. "Irrelevant. I have decades of experience." "You're 11. Almost 12, Harry corrected with a small smile. Five rolled his eyes but sat on the edge of the bed. The Commission pulled back after the confrontation in the chamber. Lila disappeared from Hogsmeade. They're recalculating, trying to understand what happened with Voldemort's spirit. And Dumbledore? Can we trust him? About 60%, 5 estimated. He has his own agenda, but it generally aligns with keeping you alive and stopping Voldemort. Harry nodded. So what now? Now. 5 considered. Now you finish your school year. I maintain perimeter security. We prepare for whatever comes next. Will I come back to Hogwarts next year? Do you want to? 5 asked, studying him. Harry thought about it. About Ron and Hermione. About magic and learning and having something approaching a normal life, despite everything. Yes, he decided. It's strategically advantageous. 5's mouth quirked into a half-smile. Just strategically. And I have friends here, Harry admitted. Then we adapt our plans. 5 stood. But Harry? Next time there's a 3-headed dog and a dark wizard involved, maybe consider calling for backup first. I'll take it under advisement, Harry replied, matching 5's sardonic tone. As 5 turned to leave, Harry called after him. 5? Yes. Thanks for coming for me. 5 paused, his expression softening almost imperceptibly. Always will, kid. That's the mission. They both knew he meant more than that, but neither needed to say it aloud. At the end of year feast, Gryffindor won the House Cup after Dumbledore awarded last-minute points to Harry, Ron, Hermione, and even Neville for their various contributions. The Great Hall erupted in cheers, decorations changing from Slytherin green to Gryffindor red and gold. Harry celebrated with his friends, all while maintaining situational awareness. Old habits died hard. His scar had stopped hurting, but he knew Voldemort would return. The Commission might be regrouping, but they weren't gone forever. The battle was won, but the war was just beginning. On the train ride back to London, Ron and Hermione made Harry promise to write over the summer. You will visit, won't you? Ron asked. Mum already said you can stay with us. I'll try, Harry said, though he knew 5 would have strict protocols about any visits. Might be complicated with my guardian. He came to Hogwarts, didn't he? Hermione asked shrewdly. At the end, with Quirrell. Harry looked at her in surprise. How did you know that? Rumors, she shrugged. People said Dumbledore arrived with a strange man who appeared out of nowhere. That sounds like your 5. He's not my 5, Harry corrected automatically. He's just 5. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances that Harry pretended not to notice. When they reached King's Cross, 5 was waiting on platform 9 3/4, looking distinctly uncomfortable surrounded by emotional families. He wore a simple dark suit and stood apart from the crowd, eyes constantly scanning for threats. That's him. Ron whispered, staring. He looks intense. That's one word for it, Harry agreed. Hermione studied 5 thoughtfully. He looks like he cares about you, though. The way he's watching for you. Harry hadn't thought about it that way. To him, 5's vigilance was just standard procedure. But perhaps there was more to it than tactical awareness. After saying goodbye to his friends, Harry joined 5, who immediately performed a subtle perimeter check before acknowledging him. Successful year, 5 commented. Aside from nearly getting killed multiple times. Tactical learning experiences, Harry countered, using 5's own terminology. A rare smile crossed 5's face. Fair enough. Ready for Phase 2? What's Phase 2? Training, intelligence gathering, and preparation. 5 checked his watch. The Commission will regroup. Voldemort will find another way back. We need to be ready. And then what? Harry asked as they walked toward the barrier. 5 glanced down at him. Then we do what we've always done. Adapt, overcome, and survive. Together, Harry added. 5 nodded. Together. Now come on, we have a safe house in Cornwall waiting. And you have summer training to begin. Harry groaned dramatically, but secretly, he didn't mind. This was his life, unconventional, dangerous, but never boring. And despite everything, he wouldn't trade it for anything. As they passed through the barrier back into the Muggle world, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, trained assassin, and temporal anomaly, walked beside the time-traveling guardian who had changed both their fates that night in Godric's Hollow. Whatever came next, they would face it together. Chapter 3, The Commission's Prophecy, On My Signal, 5 whispered. Harry nodded, crouched in the shadows beside him. They were perched on a maintenance catwalk 30 feet above the main floor of the Commission's London outpost, a nondescript office building that ordinary people walked past without a second glance. But beneath its mundane exterior lay a temporal intelligence hub connecting field agents across multiple timelines. Harry's summer vacation had been anything but relaxing. 3, 2, 1, now. 5 vanished in a flash of blue light, reappearing beside the security guard at the main console. One precise strike to the neck, and the guard slumped unconscious. 5 caught him before he hit the floor, lowering him silently. Harry fired a modified stunner spell, one of his own creation that wouldn't trigger the Commission's magic detection systems. The red beam hit a second guard who dropped instantly. Harry was already moving, sliding down a support pole to the main floor while 5 disabled the surveillance system. For minutes, 5 reminded him, fingers flying across the keyboard. The temporal disruption field won't last longer. Harry ran to the central filing system, rows of gleaming metal cabinets that hummed with electricity. Unlike the Commission's main headquarters, which 5 had described as almost steampunk in design, this outpost utilized modern technology integrated with temporal tech. Subject classifications, temporal anomalies, prophecy correlations, Harry muttered, scanning the labels. Here. He pulled open the drawer marked Nexus Subjects, Active, finding it filled with hanging files. His fingers riffled through them until he found what he was looking for, Potter, H, classification, Omega. Got it, he called to 5, who was downloading data from the main terminal. 2 minutes, 5 responded without looking up. Harry shoved the file into his backpack, then moved to a section marked Temporal Magical Convergence Points. Another file joined the first, this one labeled Department of Mysteries, Authorized Access Only. 1 minute, 5 warned. Wrap it up. Harry grabbed one final file, Prophecy Initiative, Project Timekeeper, before returning to 5's position. Ready. 5 finished the download, pocketing the small device. Perimeter breach in 30 seconds. Hold on. Harry gripped 5's arm as the familiar blue light enveloped them. The sensation of spatial displacement was disorienting as always, like being simultaneously compressed and stretched, but Harry had learned to manage it without nausea. They materialized 2 miles away on the roof of an abandoned warehouse, their temporary safe house. 5 immediately moved to check the perimeter sensors while Harry spread the stolen files across a makeshift table. Anything interesting on the download? Harry asked. Plenty, 5 replied, setting up their security protocols. Commission operations reports, surveillance logs on wizarding locations, temporal variance measurements around Hogwarts. But the encryption's heavy, it'll take time to crack. Harry opened the first file, his own, and began scanning. They've classified me as an Omega-level temporal nexus. According to this, there are only 4 others in recorded history. 5 joined him, examining the documents. That explains the shift in approach. The Commission typically eliminates anomalies, but Omegas are too valuable. Listen to this, Harry continued. Subject exhibits unprecedented temporal magical resonance pattern following survival of killing curse. Dimensional barrier breach detected at moment of curse deflection. Dimensional barrier? 5's brow furrowed. That's advanced theory, even for the Commission. They think I didn't just survive the curse, I somehow punched a hole between dimensions when it rebounded. Harry flipped to the next page. That's why Voldemort didn't fully die. Part of him got caught in the temporal distortion. 5 took the file, reading intently. This explains why they want you alive. They believe you can be used to manipulate dimensional boundaries, a weapon more powerful than anything in their arsenal. There's more. Harry opened the Department of Mysteries file. The Commission has had observers in the wizarding world for centuries. There's a secret room in the Department of Mysteries dedicated to temporal research, officially unacknowledged by the Ministry. 5 examined a blueprint of the department. Interesting. The time chamber we already knew about, but this shows a secondary chamber hidden behind it, labeled the Convergence Room. According to these notes, they house prophecies there that specifically involve temporal anomalies. Harry pointed to a passage. Including one about me that's separate from the Voldemort prophecy. We need to get in there, 5 decided. Those prophecy records could explain why the Commission is so fixated on you specifically. Harry nodded, then opened the final file. Project Timekeeper, looks like a research initiative. They've been studying the intersection of temporal energy and magic for decades, trying to weaponize it. And now they think you're the key, 5 concluded. The perfect merger of both elements. Harry stared at his file photo, clinical, like a specimen rather than a person. So what's the play? We can't run forever. We don't run, 5 replied, already pacing as he formulated a plan. We need leverage. These files give us intelligence, but we need something the Commission wants badly enough to back off. The prophecies, Harry suggested. Exactly. If we can access the Convergence Room in the Department of Mysteries, we might find leverage against both the Commission and Voldemort. 5 checked his watch. But first, we need to understand what we're dealing with. He pulled out a secure communication device, one of Dumbledore's, modified by 5 for their purposes. Who are you calling? Harry asked. Someone who knows more about the Department of Mysteries than they let on. 5 activated the device. Time to have another chat with Albus Dumbledore. 2 days later, they sat in a different safe house, this one a small cottage on the Scottish coast, across from Dumbledore himself. The headmaster examined the stolen files with grave interest. I suspected a connection between the Commission and certain elements within the Ministry, but this confirms it. He looked up at them. This is most disturbing. You knew about the Convergence Room, 5 stated. It wasn't a question. I knew there were sections of the department that few were permitted to access. Dumbledore set down the files. But the specific connection to temporal authorities? No. That was kept even from the Chief Warlock. We need to get in there, Harry said. According to these files, there's a prophecy about me that goes beyond Voldemort, something about my connection to temporal anomalies. Dumbledore nodded slowly. The Department of Mysteries is perhaps the most heavily guarded location in Wizarding Britain. However, there may be a way. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. Unspeakables operate under their own authority, separate from the main Ministry structure. One such unspeakable owes me a favor. Croaker is his name. 5 looked skeptical. And he'd risk his position to let us in? Not directly, no. But he might provide access credentials and timing information. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. The rest would be up to your considerable talents for uninvited entry. Harry and 5 exchanged glances. A break into the Department of Mysteries wasn't ideal, but it might be their only option. What about security? Harry asked. Magical detection systems. Personnel. That, Dumbledore replied, is where young Mr. Weasley's father might prove unexpectedly helpful. Arthur works in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office, but his department occasionally coordinates with Mysteries on enchanted security devices. You're suggesting we involve Ron's family in this? Harry frowned. That puts them at risk. Not directly. But an invitation for you to stay at the Burrow would be both a convincing cover for your presence near London and an opportunity to gather intelligence from Arthur's unwitting conversations about work. 5 nodded appreciatively. Multiple layers of cover. Not bad, old man. Thank you, Mr. Hargreeves, Dumbledore said dryly. Coming from someone of your tactical experience, I take that as high praise. Harry considered the plan. Ron's already invited me to visit. I could accept while you continue monitoring Commission movements. 5 didn't look happy about the separation but nodded. It's strategically sound. But we maintain daily contact, and you keep emergency extraction protocols ready at all times. Obviously, Harry agreed. When do we move on the department? Patience, Harry, Dumbledore cautioned. First, gather intelligence. I'll contact Croaker discreetly. We should aim for late July. The ministry operates with minimal staffing during the summer session. As Dumbledore prepared to leave, he paused, looking at Harry with unexpected softness. I hope, Harry, that amidst all this planning and reconnaissance, you might find some time to simply be a 12-year-old boy enjoying summer with his friend. Harry didn't know how to respond to that. The concept of simply being a 12-year-old was as foreign to him as quantum physics would be to most children his age. After Dumbledore departed, 5 turned to Harry. He's not entirely wrong. Maintaining your cover as a normal student includes acting like one occasionally. I know how to act, Harry said defensively. 5 raised an eyebrow. There's a difference between acting and experiencing. Even I learned that eventually. Meaning? Meaning, 5 said, gathering up the files, that while you're gathering intelligence at the Weasleys, you might try actually enjoying yourself from time to time. Strategic integration includes authentic experiences. Harry rolled his eyes. Now you sound like one of those parenting books you pretend you don't read. 5's head snapped up. How did you? He stopped, narrowing his eyes. You've been searching my things. Maintaining situational awareness of my environment, Harry corrected with a small smirk. Just like you taught me. For a moment, 5 looked like he might argue, but then his expression softened into something almost like pride. Smartass. Go pack your things. We leave for the Weasleys tomorrow. The Burrow was unlike any place Harry had ever stayed. Where 5 valued strategic positioning and defensive capabilities, the Weasley home seemed designed with only comfort and character in mind. The house defied architectural logic, rooms added haphazardly, held together with magic rather than sound engineering. 5 had conducted a perimeter assessment before reluctantly leaving Harry there, setting up emergency sensors and extraction protocols that only Harry knew about. 2 weeks, 5 had said. Gather what intelligence you can about Ministry Security and Department of Mysteries protocols. I'll be monitoring Commission activity and preparing for the infiltration. Now, a week into his stay, Harry found himself in the Weasley's garden, helping Ron degnome the overgrown space. The task involved swinging the potato-headed creatures around and tossing them over the fence, surprisingly good practice for centrifugal force calculations in combat scenarios. So your guardian just dropped you off and left? Ron asked, hurling a gnome that sailed impressively far. Bit odd, isn't he? Harry shrugged, catching a gnome that had tried to bite him. He travels for work. I'm used to it. What exactly does he do anyway? Security consulting, Harry answered with the prepared cover. Specialized risk assessment. Ron nodded, though Harry could tell he wasn't entirely satisfied with the vague explanation. Before he could press further, Fred and George appeared, carrying broomsticks. Fancy a game of Quidditch? Fred asked. Bill and Charlie are home, so we've got enough for teams. Harry welcomed the distraction. Quidditch with the Weasleys turned out to be chaotic and informal, nothing like the structured practices at Hogwarts. They used apples instead of actual quaffles and flew low to avoid being seen by the nearby Muggle village. Playing without worrying about house points or impressing scouts, Harry found himself genuinely enjoying the game. For brief moments, he even forgot about commission agents, prophecies, and infiltration plans. That evening, Mr. Weasley returned from work looking tired but pleased to see Harry. "Harry Potter. Wonderful to finally meet you properly. Ron's told us all about your adventures at Hogwarts." He shook Harry's hand enthusiastically. "Fascinating business with Quirrell. The Ministry's been in quite a state over it." Harry filed this information away. "Has there been any official response?" "Oh, all sorts of new security proposals," Mr. Weasley said as they sat down for dinner. "The Department of Magical Law Enforcement wants additional protections at Hogwarts next year. And the Department of Mysteries has been unusually active, requesting budget increases for unspecified security enhancements." Harry carefully maintained a casual expression while his mind raced. The Department of Mysteries? Ron mentioned they're pretty secretive. Most secretive department in the Ministry. Mr. Weasley confirmed. Unspeakables coming and going at all hours now. There's a rumor they've opened a section that's been sealed for decades, but no one knows why. Mrs. Weasley interrupted, placing a massive dish of shepherd's pie on the table. "That's enough Ministry talk, Arthur. You know you shouldn't discuss work at dinner." Harry caught Ron's eye and nodded subtly. Later that night, they could discuss what they'd learned. After dinner, Harry excused himself to send his daily update to Five via their secure journal. He wrote in careful code, "Intelligence confirmed, increased activity at DOM, previously sealed section reopened, likely convergence room. Security enhancements pending. Suggest accelerating timeline for infiltration before new measures implemented." Five's response came quickly, "Agreed." Dumbledore's contact provided access credentials for July 24. Commission surveillance of Ministry increased, Lila spotted near visitor's entrance yesterday. They're watching for same information we seek. Prepare for extraction on July 22, 2200 hours. Maintain cover until then. Harry acknowledged the update, then rejoined the Weasley family for an evening of exploding Snap and Wizard chess. As he watched the Weasleys interact, the good-natured teasing, the inside jokes, the casual affection, he found himself observing not just for tactical information but with genuine interest. This was what a normal family looked like. Percy sat slightly apart, reading an advanced transfiguration text. The twins plotted mischief in whispered conferences. Ginny, Ron's younger sister, watched Harry with shy glances when she thought he wasn't looking. Ron argued good-naturedly with Charlie about the Chudley Cannon's prospects for the coming season. Five had raised Harry with precision, efficiency, and protection as the primary objectives. There had been no family dinners, no silly games, no comfortable chaos. Just training, planning, and survival. Yet Harry didn't feel envious of the Weasleys. His relationship with Five might be unconventional, but it was theirs. Five had saved him, protected him, prepared him for a world that wanted to either kill him or use him. That was its own kind of care. Still, as he listened to Mrs. Weasley humming while she knitted, and watched Mr. Weasley tinker happily with a Muggle toaster, Harry wondered what it might be like to have both, safety and normality, preparation and comfort. Later, in Ron's room with its orange Chudley Cannon's posters and comfortable clutter, Harry filled his friend in on what he'd learned. "Dad's been working late all summer," Ron confirmed. "Says the Ministry's in a right state about something, but he won't tell us what." "Has he mentioned anything about security protocols? Guard rotations? Access points?" Ron gave him an odd look. "Why do you want to know that stuff?" Harry realized he'd slipped into mission planning mode. "Just curious," he backpedaled. "After what happened with Quirrell, I've been thinking about security more." "Well, he did mention they've changed the visitor badges," Ron offered. "New enchantments to detect identity concealment. And there's talk of adding security trolls to certain departments after hours." Harry nodded, memorizing these details to share with Five. "Anything about the Department of Mysteries specifically?" "Just that the unspeakables keep to themselves. Percy's hoping to get a ministry job after Hogwarts, he might know more about the department's layouts. Ron yawned. Why all the questions anyway? Planning to break in or something? Harry forced a laugh. Course not. Just interested in how magical government works. The Dursleys never talked about that sort of thing. Ron seemed satisfied with this explanation, and they moved on to discussing their favorite topic, who would be the new defense against the dark arts teacher, given Quirrell's unfortunate demise. As Ron eventually drifted off to sleep, Harry lay awake, planning. The timeline had accelerated. Whatever the Commission was looking for in the Department of Mysteries, they were moving quickly. He and Five would need to beat them to it. Just 2 more weeks until they made their move. Five materialized silently beside Harry's bed at precisely 2200 hours on July 22. Harry was already packed and waiting, having made his excuses to the Weasleys about needing to meet his guardian for some family business before school started. Ready? Five whispered. Harry nodded, taking Five's arm. With a flash of blue light, they were gone, leaving only a thank you note on Ron's desk. They reappeared in a London safe house, a sparsely furnished apartment Five had acquired under one of his many aliases. Maps and schematics of the Ministry of Magic covered one wall, while surveillance photos of unspeakables were pinned to another. Dumbledore's contact came through, Five explained, showing Harry an unspeakable's identification badge. This will get us past the initial security. I've replicated it with our details. Harry examined the magical credentials. What about internal checkpoints? The department itself will have additional measures. That's where these come in. Five produced 2 small devices that looked like metallic beetles. Temporal displacement scramblers. They create a localized field that confuses magical detection systems, makes them register us as belonging where we are. Commission tech? Harry asked, impressed. Modified by me, Five confirmed. They'll work for 30 minutes before burning out. Should be enough time to access the convergence room and find the prophecy. They spent the next day finalizing preparations. Harry practiced the specific wandless magic he might need, detection spells, unlocking charms, and defensive measures that wouldn't trigger alarms. Five memorized the ministry layout and security patrol schedules obtained from Dumbledore's contact. We enter through the visitor's entrance at 1:13, Five explained. That's when the night shift changes in the atrium. Our credentials should get us to level 9 without challenge. From there, we use the scramblers to access the Department of Mysteries. Harry nodded, studying the blueprint of level 9. According to the stolen files, the convergence room is hidden behind a false wall in the time chamber. There's a specific sequence to access it. Once inside, Five continued, we locate your prophecy record. They're organized by subject and date. Based on the commission files, we're looking for one recorded shortly after your birth but separate from the Voldemort prophecy. And if we encounter resistance? Harry asked. Five's expression hardened. Non-lethal only, unless absolutely necessary. Dumbledore was clear, no casualties if we want his continued assistance. Harry nodded, somewhat relieved. Though Five had trained him to kill efficiently, he'd found himself increasingly reluctant to use lethal force unless absolutely necessary, a development Five had noted with a mixture of approval and concern. What about commission interference? Harry asked. If Lila's monitoring the ministry. I've prepared countermeasures. Five showed Harry a small silver device. Temporal disruption grenade. Last resort only, it'll create enough chaos for emergency extraction but might damage the timeline locally. The night of the infiltration arrived clear and cool. They dressed in nondescript dark clothing, with their tools and weapons concealed. Five carried a specialized briefcase containing equipment for securing and transporting prophecy records, which were notoriously fragile. At precisely 1 o'clock, they entered a red telephone booth in Westminster. Five dialed 6-2-4-4-2. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic," said a cool female voice. "Please state your name and business." "Percival Graves and assistant," 5 answered smoothly. "Department of Mysteries, security consultation." "Thank you," said the voice. "Visitors, please take your badges and attach them to the front of your robes." 2 badges slid out of the metal chute. 5 pinned his to his jacket and handed the other to Harry. "Visitors to the ministry, you are required to submit to a search and present your wand for registration at the security desk, which is located at the far end of the atrium." The telephone booth shuddered and began to sink into the ground. They descended into darkness before emerging into the atrium of the Ministry of Magic, a massive, grand hall with a polished dark wood floor. At this hour, it was nearly deserted. They approached the security desk where a wizard dozed lightly. 5 presented their credentials with such authority that the guard barely glanced at them before waving them through without the standard security checks. "Humans," 5 muttered as they walked toward the elevators. So easily manipulated by confident body language. They took the elevator to level 9, encountering no one along the way. The Department of Mysteries entrance, a plain black door, loomed before them at the end of a corridor. "Scramblers," 5 whispered, activating the small devices. Harry felt a slight tingling sensation as the temporal field enveloped them. 5 tried the door, finding it unlocked. "That's unexpected," he murmured cautiously. "Trap?" Harry suggested, alert for any sign of ambush. "Possibly. Or security oversight." 5 pulled a small scanner from his pocket, checking for magical signatures. "Nothing immediate. Let's proceed, but stay vigilant." They entered a circular room with identical unmarked doors all around it. As soon as the entrance closed behind them, the walls began to rotate rapidly. "Anti-intruder measure," Harry said, remembering the ministry files. "Designed to confuse unauthorized visitors." 5 wasn't deterred. "The time chamber should be." He consulted a small device. "Through there." He pointed to a door directly opposite them. Harry used a subtle revealing charm, confirming 5's assessment. They crossed the room and opened the door to find exactly what they expected, a beautiful, dancing light that sparkled like diamonds. Clocks of every type lined the walls, and a massive crystal bell jar stood at the far end of the room. "There," Harry whispered, pointing to an innocuous-looking bookshelf against the left wall. "According to the files, that conceals the entrance to the convergence room." They moved carefully through the time chamber, avoiding the desks where experiments in temporal magic were clearly in progress. 5 examined the bookshelf, running his fingers along the spines of ancient tomes on time theory. "Sequence is, 3rd book from right, bottom shelf, then top center volume, then 2nd from left, middle shelf," Harry recited from memory. 5 pulled the books in the correct order. With a soft grinding sound, the bookshelf slid sideways, revealing a narrow passageway illuminated by soft blue light. 22 minutes remaining on the scramblers, 5 noted as they entered the passage. The convergence room was smaller than the time chamber but somehow felt larger, as if the space itself bent around them. Unlike the Hall of Prophecies with its towering shelves, this room contained only a dozen pedestals arranged in a circle. On each pedestal rested a single prophecy record, glowing with an otherworldly light. "They're labeled by temporal significance, not chronology," Harry observed, examining the nearest pedestal. "This one's marked, Nexus Event, Grindelwald Defeat, 1945. They moved around the circle methodically until 5 stopped at a pedestal near the center. "Here. Nexus Subject, Potter, H., Dimensional Convergence, 1981. The prophecy record glowed with a strange dual light, part silver like normal prophecies, part blue like temporal energy. Harry reached for it hesitantly. "Only those named in a prophecy can safely retrieve it," he reminded 5. "Be careful," 5 warned. "We don't know what temporal properties it might have." Harry lifted the glass sphere gently. It felt warm in his hand, pulsing slightly as if alive. "How do we access the contents without breaking it?" Before 5 could answer, a slow clapping echoed through the room. They spun to see a figure standing in the doorway, a tall, distinguished man in an immaculate gray suit. His silver hair was perfectly styled, and his smile never reached his cold eyes. "Excellent work, gentlemen," he said smoothly. "You've saved us considerable effort." 5 pushed Harry behind him protectively. "Director Weaver, I presume?" The man's eyebrows rose slightly. "You've done your homework, Mr. Hargreeves." "Yes, I've recently assumed leadership of the Commission's Special Projects Division. The handler spoke highly of you before her retirement." "Funny way to describe an assassination," 5 replied coldly. Weaver chuckled. "Organizational restructuring, nothing more. Now, young Mr. Potter, if you'd be so kind as to hand over that prophecy record, we can avoid any unpleasantness." Harry clutched the sphere tighter. "Why does the Commission want it so badly?" "Because it explains exactly what happened when you survived the killing curse, and why you're the key to our most ambitious project yet." Weaver stepped further into the room. "That prophecy details how you inadvertently created a bridge between magical energy and temporal mechanics, something we've been trying to achieve artificially for decades." 5's eyes narrowed. "Project Timekeeper. You're trying to weaponize the convergence." "Weaponize is such an ugly word," Weaver sighed. "We're simply evolving. The Commission has maintained timeline stability through crude methods for too long. Your young ward represents something far more sophisticated, controlled temporal manipulation through magical means." Harry felt the prophecy pulse more strongly in his hand. "I'm not a lab experiment." "Of course not," Weaver smiled coldly. "You're the prototype for an entirely new approach to timeline management. Now, the prophecy, please." 5 took a step forward. "And if we decline?" Weaver's smile widened. "I thought you might be difficult." He raised his hand slightly. Suddenly, the doorway filled with Commission agents, at least 6 of them, armed with temporal displacement weapons. Among them stood Lila, smirking confidently. "Remember me?" she called to Harry. "I told you we'd be seeing each other again." 5 assessed their options rapidly. "Harry, contingency 3, he muttered. Harry nodded imperceptibly, already calculating angles and distances. Contingency 3 involved a synchronized attack followed by emergency displacement. "Last chance, gentlemen," Weaver said pleasantly. "The prophecy, or we take both you and it by force." 5 glanced at his watch. "Actually, I think we'll keep it." He smiled suddenly. "Oh, and your temporal scramblers? They don't just mask detection. They also interfere with Commission displacement technology." Weaver's confident expression faltered slightly. "Now!" 5 shouted. Harry dropped to one knee, securing the prophecy in the specialized container from 5's briefcase while simultaneously casting a blinding flash of light toward the doorway. 5 teleported in rapid succession, appearing beside one agent, disabling him with a precise strike, then blinking to the next before anyone could react. The Commission agents fired their weapons, but the temporal displacement field surrounding Harry and 5 caused the energy to dissipate harmlessly. Lila, however, wasn't using standard Commission tech. She fired a modified weapon that pierced the Scrambler's field, narrowly missing Harry. 5. Harry called in warning, sealing the prophecy case. 5 reappeared beside him, bleeding from a cut on his cheek. "Time to go." "Scramblers failing." Harry handed him the case, then raised his hands and released a pulse of magical energy that sent the remaining agents stumbling backward. Weaver remained standing, somehow unaffected. "Impressive," he noted calmly. "But futile." He reached into his jacket and pulled out what looked like an antique pocket watch. "Did you think you were the only ones with temporal manipulation abilities, Mr. Hargreeves?" The air around Weaver seemed to ripple, time itself bending to his will. He stepped forward at normal speed while everyone else, including 5, appeared to move in slow motion. Harry felt the effect trying to take hold of him too, but something about his own temporal magical signature resisted it. He could move, albeit with difficulty. Weaver looked surprised. Fascinating. You really are unique, Mr. Potter. He reached for the case in Five's slowed hands. All the more reason you belong with us. Harry made a split-second decision. Five had taught him to adapt when plans failed, to improvise based on available resources. He grabbed the temporal disruption grenade from Five's pocket and activated it. Sorry about the timeline, he muttered, tossing it directly at Weaver's feet. The device detonated in a flash of blue-white light. Time itself seemed to fracture around them, creating a bubble of temporal chaos. Weaver's control broke as he staggered backward. Five snapped back to normal speed, immediately grabbing Harry. Department of Mysteries. Halt! New voices shouted from beyond the doorway. Unspeakables had arrived, drawn by the temporal disturbance. Extraction, now. Harry urged. Five didn't hesitate, wrapping an arm around Harry and clutching the prophecy case with his free hand. The familiar blue light enveloped them as Five teleported, once, twice, 3 times in rapid succession to break any tracking attempts. They emerged gasping in their safe house, the prophecy secure but both of them shaken by the narrow escape. Director Weaver, Five panted, setting down the case carefully. Time manipulation abilities. That's new. He nearly had us, Harry acknowledged, slumping against the wall. If he can slow time itself. It explains how he rose through commission ranks so quickly. Five examined the prophecy case for damage. He's more dangerous than I anticipated. Harry's mind was racing. The unspeakables arriving, that complicates things. Now the Ministry knows someone broke in. Dumbledore will handle damage control, Five assured him. The bigger concern is that Weaver now knows exactly what we were after. He'll be even more determined to acquire both you and the prophecy. Harry looked at the secured case. Should we view it now? Five considered this, then nodded. Better to know what we're dealing with. He carefully opened the case and removed the prophecy record, which still pulsed with that strange dual light. How do we activate it without breaking it? Harry wondered. According to Dumbledore's information, your touch plus a revealing charm should suffice. Harry held the sphere and whispered, Revelio. The mist inside the glass swirled and formed into a small figure, a woman Harry didn't recognize. Her voice echoed with an otherworldly quality as she spoke, born as worlds align, the child of converging forces shall stand at the crossroads of time and magic. Neither fully of one realm nor the other, he bridges dimensions unsealed since creation. The Dark Lord marked him as equal, but knew not that in marking him, he tore the veil between worlds. Death touched but did not claim him, leaving him walker between realms. The temporal lord shall seek his power, for in his blood flows the key to unmaking the barriers of reality. But beware, for should his power be unleashed fully, both worlds may fall. Only when he accepts his dual nature shall the balance be restored. The figure dissolved back into mist, returning to its swirling state within the glass sphere. Five and Harry stared at the prophecy in silence for several moments. Well, Five finally said, that's significantly more apocalyptic than I was expecting. Harry set the sphere carefully back in its protective case. It said I bridged dimensions. That the killing curse tore some kind of veil between worlds. Which explains the Commission's interest, Five noted. Unmaking the barriers of reality sounds exactly like something they'd want to weaponize. But it also said both worlds could fall if my power is unleashed fully, Harry pointed out. What does that even mean? Five ran a hand through his hair, a rare gesture of frustration. I'm not sure. But it confirms you're more than just a wizard who survived a killing curse. You're a nexus point between temporal and magical forces. Harry processed this information slowly. The last line, about accepting my dual nature. What do you think that means? That's the question, isn't it? Five secured the prophecy case again. But whatever it means, we can't let Weaver get his hands on you or this prophecy. His time manipulation ability makes him far more dangerous than we anticipated. So what's our next move? Harry asked, automatically shifting into planning mode despite his exhaustion. We secure the prophecy where neither the Commission nor Voldemort can reach it, 5 decided. Then we prepare for your return to Hogwarts, where both magical and temporal protections will help shield you while we determine our long-term strategy. Harry nodded, mind already working through the implications of what they'd learned. He wasn't just Harry Potter, the boy who lived. He wasn't even just a wizard trained as an assassin by a time-traveling guardian. He was something else entirely, a bridge between worlds, with powers even he didn't fully understand. Get some rest, 5 advised, noting Harry's exhaustion. Tomorrow we relocate to the Scottish safe house and make arrangements with Dumbledore. As Harry collapsed onto the small cot in the corner, his last thought before sleep claimed him was that his life had just become considerably more complicated, and that was saying something. Dumbledore arrived at their Scottish safe house 2 days later, his expression grave as 5 explained what had happened at the Department of Mysteries. The Ministry is in an uproar, the headmaster confirmed. Unspeakables reporting temporal distortions, security breaches, and stolen prophecies. I've managed to redirect some of the investigation, but questions remain. What about the Commission? Harry asked. Any sign of Weaver or his agents? None visible to magical detection, Dumbledore replied. Though I suspect they're regrouping rather than retreating. This Director Weaver sounds most concerning. 5 showed Dumbledore the prophecy record, and they replayed its contents. The old wizard listened intently, stroking his beard. Tore the veil between worlds, Dumbledore repeated thoughtfully. Most illuminating. It suggests that when Voldemort's curse rebounded, it didn't merely defeat him temporarily, it created a fundamental breach in the barriers between magical reality and temporal mechanics. Which explains why part of Voldemort survived, Harry noted. He got caught in the tear somehow. Indeed. And why you have this unusual temporal signature that the Commission so desires. Dumbledore studied Harry with new interest. Have you experienced any unusual magical effects? Spells working differently than expected? Abilities beyond normal wizarding capacity? Harry thought about it. My magic sometimes feels different. Like it's drawing from something beyond just magical energy. And temporal events don't affect me the same way, like when Weaver slowed time, I could still move. Resistance to temporal manipulation, 5 mused. That could be extremely valuable. Or dangerous, Dumbledore cautioned. If this prophecy is correct, your abilities could potentially threaten both worlds if not properly understood and controlled. Harry felt a weight settling on his shoulders, yet another burden beyond being the boy who lived. So what do we do? For now, we secure this prophecy record where neither Voldemort nor the Commission can access it, Dumbledore decided. I have a suitable location in mind. Then, Harry must return to Hogwarts, where the combined magical protections and Mr. Hargreeves' temporal countermeasures will provide optimal security. And my training? Harry asked. If both Voldemort and the Commission are coming for me, I need to be prepared. 5 and Dumbledore exchanged glances. I believe, Dumbledore said carefully, that your training must now expand beyond Mr. Hargreeves' excellent tactical instruction to include understanding and controlling your unique temporal magical signature. Meaning what exactly? 5 asked, a defensive edge in his voice. Meaning Harry should receive specialized magical training that addresses this dual nature the prophecy mentions, Dumbledore explained. I can arrange discrete sessions with Professor McGonagall for advanced transfiguration, Professor Flitwick for charms work, and perhaps most importantly, instruction in controlling the connection between his temporal and magical aspects. And who exactly is qualified to teach that? 5 challenged. I have some experience with unusual magical signatures, Dumbledore replied mildly. And I believe you, Mr. Hargreeves, understand temporal mechanics better than anyone. Perhaps a collaborative approach would be most effective. 5 seemed surprised by the suggestion. You want us to work together on training Harry? Precisely. Your collective expertise would provide Harry with the balanced preparation he needs. Harry looked between them, realizing what this meant. 5 would need to be present at Hogwarts more regularly, working alongside Dumbledore instead of operating independently from the shadows. There's also the matter of his friends, Dumbledore added. Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger proved themselves loyal and capable last year. In dangerous times, trusted allies are invaluable. You're suggesting we tell them everything? Harry asked incredulously. Not everything, Dumbledore clarified. But perhaps more than they currently know. Your dual life becomes increasingly difficult to maintain as threats multiply. 5 paced the room, considering. Limited disclosure might be strategically advantageous. They already suspect your background isn't conventional. Harry wasn't sure how he felt about bringing Ron and Hermione deeper into his complicated reality. On one hand, maintaining his cover was exhausting. On the other, involving them further put them at greater risk. We'll consider it, 5 decided. First priority is securing the prophecy and establishing improved security protocols for Harry's return to school. Dumbledore nodded. Then let us proceed. Term begins in 3 weeks, and I suspect both Voldemort and the Commission will use that time to prepare their next moves. As they began planning, Harry felt a strange mix of dread and anticipation. His second year at Hogwarts promised to be even more dangerous than his first, but at least now he better understood why he was being hunted from multiple directions. He wasn't just caught between two worlds, he was the bridge connecting them. And that made him either the most valuable or the most dangerous person alive, depending on whose perspective you considered. Platform 9 3/4 buzzed with the usual start-of-term excitement. Parents hugged children goodbye, owls hooted in cages, and the Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet against the station backdrop. But this year, everything felt different to Harry. 5 stood beside him, unusually visible in his role as Harry's guardian. Their cover story had been modified. 5 was now openly acknowledged as Harry's legal guardian, though details of their relationship remained deliberately vague. Dumbledore had arranged the necessary documentation to satisfy ministry inquiries without revealing too much. Remember the protocols, 5 said quietly as they watched the Weasley family make their way through the barrier. Daily check-ins. Emergency beacon if anything seems off. The defensive perimeter around Hogwarts has been enhanced with temporal sensors that will alert me to any Commission activity. Harry nodded. And the prophecy? Secure, 5 assured him. Dumbledore's location is protected by both magical and temporal countermeasures. Not even I know exactly where it is, safer that way. The Weasleys spotted them, Ron waving enthusiastically as they approached. Harry. Been looking all over for you. Ron greeted him. Hey, mister. Just call me 5, 5 replied, assessing Ron with a penetrating gaze that made the redhead shift uncomfortably. Mrs. Weasley stepped forward, smiling warmly. So you're Harry's guardian. Lovely to finally meet you. Arthur and I were wondering who'd been taking such good care of him all these years. 5 looked momentarily discomfited by her motherly attention. Just doing what's necessary, he said stiffly. Well, we're very grateful, Mrs. Weasley continued, undeterred by his awkwardness. Harry's become like family to us. Something flickered across 5's face, an emotion Harry couldn't quite identify. Pride? Concern? Perhaps a bit of both. Mom, we need to find Hermione before the train leaves, Ron interrupted, saving 5 from further social interaction. Harry looked to 5, who gave a small nod. I'll be monitoring. Remember, constant vigilance, Harry finished with a half-smile. I know. 5 almost smiled back. That's my line. In a surprising move, 5 briefly placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, a rare public display of their connection. Be careful. Director Weaver isn't the type to give up easily. Neither are we, Harry reminded him. With final goodbyes to the Weasleys, Harry boarded the train with Ron, finding Hermione already seated in a compartment with a bushy-haired girl Harry didn't recognize. "Harry!" Hermione exclaimed, jumping up to hug him. "We were so worried when you left the burrow suddenly. Was that your guardian I saw on the platform?" "Yeah, that was 5, Harry confirmed, sliding into a seat. "Sorry about leaving without a proper goodbye. Had some family business to take care of." Hermione's eyes narrowed slightly at his vague explanation, but she didn't press further. Instead, she gestured to the other girl. "This is Elara Blackwood. She's transferring to Hogwarts this year, her family just moved from America." The girl had intelligent gray eyes that assessed Harry with unexpected thoroughness. "Nice to meet you," she said, her American accent slight but noticeable. "You're Harry Potter. My parents told me about you." Harry nodded, automatically cataloging details about her: confident posture, observant gaze, no visible magical artifacts or weapons. New student transferring in was unusual, especially given recent events. "Coincidence, or something to investigate?" "What brings your family to Britain?" he asked casually. "Dad's work," Elara replied smoothly. "He's consulting with the Ministry on International Magical Cooperation." "That's a recent initiative, isn't it?" Harry pressed. "Started just this summer." Something flickered in Elara's eyes, recognition that his question wasn't as innocent as it seemed. "You keep up with ministry politics?" "Most students don't." "Harry's not most students," Ron interjected proudly. The train lurched forward, beginning its journey to Hogwarts. As they settled in, Hermione excitedly discussed the coming year's classes, while Ron complained about his second-hand spellbooks and hand-me-down wand. Harry participated in the conversation while maintaining peripheral awareness of Elara, whose occasional glances suggested she was doing the same to him. When Ron and Hermione left briefly to find the trolley lady, Harry found himself alone with the transfer student. "So," Elara said without preamble, "are you going to keep pretending you don't find my sudden appearance suspicious, or should we just cut to the chase?" Harry's hand moved imperceptibly closer to his wand. "Excuse me." "Relax," she sighed. "If I were commission, you'd already be tagged with a tracker. If I were working for Voldemort, you'd be facing a much less subtle approach." Harry maintained his neutral expression. "I don't know what you're talking about." Elara leaned forward. "My father really does work in international magical cooperation. But he's also an unspeakable specializing in temporal magical convergence. The same field that experienced a major breach 2 weeks ago." Harry tensed. "You're an unspeakable's daughter." "I'm someone who knows enough to recognize when temporal and magical forces are converging around a specific person." Her eyes met his directly. "Someone like you." Before Harry could respond, the compartment door slid open as Ron and Hermione returned with armfuls of sweets. The tension between Harry and Elara dissolved into casual conversation, but Harry made a mental note to inform Five about this unexpected complication as soon as possible. The remainder of the journey passed without incident, though Harry noticed Draco Malfoy and his cronies seemed to be avoiding their compartment, unusual given Draco's typical antagonism. As they approached Hogsmeade Station, Harry excused himself to use the bathroom, taking the opportunity to activate the secure communication device Five had given him. "Potential situation," he reported quietly. "Transfer student named Elara Blackwood. Claims her father is an unspeakable specializing in temporal magical convergence. She knows something about the department breach. Unclear if ally or threat." Five's response came back immediately: investigating. Maintain distance but observe. Could be unspeakable monitoring or commission plant with elaborate cover. Do not confront directly until we have verification. Harry acknowledged and returned to the compartment, finding the others changed into their Hogwarts robes. Elara wore no house colors yet, as she would be sorted with the first years despite being a second-year transfer. At Hogsmeade Station, they separated, Elara joining the first years while Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed the older students to horseless carriages. As they approached the castle, Harry scanned the perimeter, noting the enhanced security measures Dumbledore had mentioned. Additional magical barriers shimmered faintly, visible only to those who knew to look for them. The great hall welcomed them with floating candles and enchanted ceilings showing a clear, starry night. Harry took his place at the Gryffindor table, watching the staff table with interest. A new face caught his attention, a blonde wizard with an overly confident smile and elaborate robes who seemed to be basking in student admiration. "That's Gilderoy Lockhart," Hermione whispered excitedly. "He's written almost the entire book list this year. He's brilliant." Harry had read Lockhart's books as part of his preparation for the term and found them suspiciously inconsistent in their details. Five had taught him to recognize narrative inconsistencies as indicators of fabrication, and Lockhart's works raised numerous red flags. The sorting ceremony began, and Harry watched with particular interest when Elara's name was called. The hat took nearly a full minute before declaring, "Ravenclaw." Interesting. If she was a commission plant, Ravenclaw provided excellent cover for intelligence gathering. If she was genuinely an Unspeakable's daughter, the house known for intelligence and curiosity made perfect sense. After the feast, Dumbledore made his usual announcements, introducing Lockhart as the new defense against the dark arts teacher. Harry noted the headmaster's subtle glance in his direction during the security reminders, a signal that their additional measures were in place. Back in Gryffindor Tower, Harry found a moment to update his journal for 5, documenting Elara's sorting and his initial observations about Lockhart. 5's response confirmed he was investigating Elara's background and advised Harry to be particularly vigilant during Lockhart's classes, as the man's celebrity status could potentially provide cover for infiltration. As Harry prepared for bed, Ron flopped down beside him. "Mental start to the year already, isn't it? Transfer students, famous authors as teachers. What do you reckon this year will bring?" Harry thought about prophecies, dimensional bridges, commission directors who could manipulate time, and Voldemort's inevitable attempts to return. "Nothing we can't handle," he replied with more confidence than he felt. Classes began the next day with herbology alongside the Hufflepuffs. Professor Sprout introduced them to mandrakes, plant-like creatures whose cry could be fatal to anyone who heard it. As they worked repotting the dangerous seedlings, Harry noticed Justin Finch-Fletchley watching him with unusual intensity. "Noticed that too, did you?" Elara's voice came from beside him as they walked to Transfiguration later. She had apparently been waiting in the corridor. "Noticed what?" Harry asked cautiously, aware of Ron and Hermione listening. Finch-Fletchley's interest. His father works in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's Special Monitoring Division. She lowered her voice. "The division that coordinates with Unspeakables on certain subjects." Harry maintained a neutral expression. "And how would you know that?" "I told you, my father's an Unspeakable." She glanced at Ron and Hermione. "But perhaps we should continue this conversation privately. Anything you want to say to me, you can say in front of my friends," Harry stated firmly. Elara assessed Ron and Hermione briefly. "Very well. There's been increased chatter about temporal anomalies centered on Hogwarts this year. The department breach accelerated ministry interest. Students connected to certain ministry officials might be keeping tabs on unusual activities." Hermione looked between them, brow furrowed. "What exactly are you talking about? Temporal anomalies? Ministry monitoring?" Harry made a quick decision. After discussing limited disclosure with Five and Dumbledore, they'd agreed that certain information could be shared if circumstances required it. "Not here," he said quietly. "After classes. Room of requirement." Elara raised an eyebrow. "The come-and-go room? Interesting that you know about that." "Interesting that you do too," Harry countered. They parted ways for their respective classes, Harry feeling the weight of impending revelations. Bringing Ron and Hermione deeper into his world was a significant step, one he'd avoided last year despite their involvement in the Philosopher's Stone incident. Defense against the dark arts proved to be exactly as Five had predicted. Lockhart was clearly a fraud, releasing Cornish pixies into the classroom then fleeing when they caused chaos. Harry, Ron, and Hermione managed to recapture the creatures, with Harry using combat spells Five had taught him rather than the theatrical but ineffective incantations Lockhart had attempted. After dinner, Harry led Ron and Hermione to the 7th-floor corridor, explaining how to access the Room of Requirement, a secret Five had discovered during his reconnaissance of Hogwarts. You need to walk past this section of wall 3 times, concentrating on what you need, Harry explained. In this case, a secure meeting place where we won't be overheard or interrupted. How do you know about this? Hermione asked, amazed as a door materialized in the previously blank wall. Five found it, Harry answered simply, opening the door to reveal a comfortable room with chairs arranged around a small table. Defensive measures were subtly integrated into the design, clear sight lines, multiple exit options, and what appeared to be privacy enchantments woven into the walls. Elara arrived moments later, looking impressed. You configured it for both comfort and security. Smart. Once they were all seated, an awkward silence fell. Harry had never voluntarily shared details of his life with Five before, always maintaining careful separation between his training and his Hogwarts persona. I suppose I should start, he said finally. There are things about me, about my life before Hogwarts, that I haven't shared. For your safety as much as mine. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances but remained silent, waiting. Five isn't just my guardian. He's... Harry searched for the right words. He's a temporal displacement specialist with combat training who rescued me the night Voldemort killed my parents. Hermione's eyes widened. Temporal displacement? You mean time travel? Among other things. Five can manipulate space-time to teleport, travel through time in certain circumstances, and detect temporal anomalies. Harry watched their reactions carefully. He took me that night because he detected something unusual happening, a temporal disturbance created when Voldemort's curse rebounded. That's why you're so different, Ron said suddenly. The way you move sometimes, how you're always checking exits, how you handled that troll last year. He trained you. Harry nodded. For 10 years, we moved constantly, staying ahead of people who wanted to either kill me or use me. Five taught me to defend myself, to think strategically, to survive. People like who? Hermione asked, her analytical mind already connecting dots. Voldemort's followers, obviously, Harry replied. But also an organization called the Commission for Temporal Affairs. They monitor and correct timeline anomalies, people or events that disrupt the proper flow of time. Elara leaned forward. And you're one such anomaly. The night the killing curse rebounded, it created a tear in the barrier between magical reality and temporal mechanics. That's why the Commission wants you. Harry turned to her sharply. How do you know that? Because my father has been studying that exact phenomenon for 20 years, she replied. The Department of Mysteries has a whole division dedicated to temporal magical convergence points. You're the most significant one they've ever documented. If your father's an unspeakable, why are you telling us this? Hermione asked suspiciously. Aren't they bound by magical oaths of secrecy? They are. I'm not. Elara's expression became serious. 2 weeks ago, someone broke into the department and stole a prophecy record from the convergence room, a room so secret most unspeakables don't even know it exists. The same night, temporal sensors detected presence of both Commission agents and unauthorized temporal manipulation. Harry maintained his poker face, neither confirming nor denying involvement. My father was called in to assess the damage, Elara continued. What he found alarmed him enough to accelerate my transfer to Hogwarts. Not as a spy, but as a resource. A resource for what? Ron asked. For Harry, she said simply. Whatever that prophecy contained, it was important enough for both the Commission and the Department to protect it for years. Its theft has created a security situation that's drawn attention from multiple quarters, including some in the ministry who might not have Harry's best interests at heart. Harry considered her words carefully. If she was telling the truth, having an unspeakable's daughter as an ally could be valuable. If she was lying, well, keeping her close would allow him to monitor her movements. "Why should we trust you?" Hermione asked, ever practical. Elara reached into her robe and slowly withdrew what appeared to be an ordinary quill. "This is a truth quill, rarer and more subtle than Veritaserum. It won't force me to speak truth, but it will burn the hand of anyone who knowingly writes a lie while holding it." She placed it on the table, took a piece of parchment, and wrote clearly, "I am not working for the Commission. I am here to help Harry understand and control his temporal magical signature because it may be crucial to preventing catastrophic dimensional instability." The quill didn't burn her hand. She passed it to Harry. "Your turn. Write something you know to be false." Harry took the quill and wrote, "My name is Neville Longbottom." Immediately, the quill grew hot in his hand, not enough to cause serious injury but definitely painful. He dropped it with a wince. "Convinced?" Elara asked. Ron and Hermione looked stunned by the entire exchange. Harry couldn't blame them. In the span of 20 minutes, their understanding of their friend had been completely upended. "So let me get this straight," Ron said slowly. "Harry's some kind of temporal magical anomaly. 5 is a time-traveling guardian who's been training him as what, exactly?" "A survivor," Harry replied firmly. "Not just a wizard, not just a fighter, someone who can handle whatever comes, from whatever direction. And now both this commission and you know who are after you," Hermione concluded. "Plus potentially people in the ministry who might want to study you." "That about covers it," Harry confirmed. "Blimey," Ron whispered. "And I thought last year was complicated with just the Philosopher's Stone." Elara wrote something else on the parchment. "I believe Harry is in greater danger this year than ever before, and I want to help protect him because my father believes his survival is crucial to maintaining dimensional stability." Again, the quill didn't burn her. "What exactly is dimensional stability?" Hermione asked, her academic curiosity overcoming her shock. "The proper separation between different aspects of reality," Elara explained. "Magical energy and temporal mechanics weren't meant to intersect directly, they're like oil and water, parallel but separate. When they do mix, as they did when Harry survived the killing curse, it creates instabilities that can potentially cascade." "Meaning what, exactly?" Ron pressed. "Meaning reality itself could unravel if the tier gets worse," Elara said grimly. "That's what my father fears the Commission might accidentally cause if they try to weaponize Harry's unique signature." Harry thought about the prophecy they'd retrieved, but beware, for should his power be unleashed fully, both worlds may fall. "So what do we do?" Hermione asked practically. "How do we help Harry?" "First, maintain his cover as a normal student," Elara suggested. "The more ordinary he appears, the less attention he'll draw from casual observers. Second, I can share what my father knows about temporal magical signatures, techniques for controlling and concealing them. And third," Harry added, "we watch for unusual activity. Anything that might indicate Commission presence or Voldemort's agents." Ron flinched at the name but nodded determinedly. "We've got your back, mate. Always have." Hermione looked thoughtful. "This explains so much about last year, how you knew things you shouldn't have known, how you moved during the chess game and with the troll." "Five's training," Harry acknowledged. "It's become second nature." "Well," Ron said with forced cheerfulness, "at least now we know why you're rubbish at pretending to be a normal kid." Despite the tension, Harry found himself laughing. It felt strangely liberating to have his friends know at least part of the truth. "There's one more thing you should know," Elara said, her expression becoming serious again. "The Chamber of Secrets." "The what?" Harry asked. "It's a Hogwarts legend," Hermione explained. "Supposedly, Salazar Slytherin built a hidden chamber in the castle that houses some kind of monster, which only his true heir can control. It's more than a legend, Elara insisted. My father mentioned it specifically when sending me here. There's a temporal convergence point associated with the chamber, one that activates cyclically every 50 years or so. Harry felt a chill of recognition. The last cycle would have been about 50 years ago, Elara confirmed. When a student died and the school nearly closed. The department has records suggesting temporal manipulation was involved in covering up the truth. You think the chamber will be opened again this year? Hermione asked, looking alarmed. I think forces are converging that make it likely, Elara replied. And if it is, Harry needs to be prepared. The temporal magical signature of the chamber could interfere with his own unique signature in unpredictable ways. As their meeting concluded, Harry felt both relieved and burdened. Sharing his secret with Ron and Hermione lightened one weight while adding another, now they were potentially targets too. That night, he updated Five through their secured journal, detailing the meeting and Elara's claims. Five's response came quickly. Preliminary background check on Blackwood family confirms unspeakable connection. Still verifying details, but approach as potential ally with caution. Chamber of Secrets intel aligns with historical anomaly patterns I've observed. Will accelerate defensive preparations. Dumbledore informed of developments. As Harry closed the journal, he realized his second year at Hogwarts had barely begun, and already the stakes were escalating beyond what he'd anticipated. Between commission threats, ministry interest, and now a potentially active Chamber of Secrets, the coming months promised to test everything Five had taught him. But for the first time, he didn't feel like he was facing these threats alone. With Ron, Hermione, and potentially Elara as allies, plus Five and Dumbledore working together, Harry had something he'd rarely experienced before, a team. The first signs of trouble came sooner than expected. One evening in early October, while returning from Quidditch practice, Harry heard a voice that seemed to come from within the walls themselves. Come to me, let me rip you, let me tear you, let me kill you. He froze, instantly alert, hand moving to his concealed wand holster. Five had trained him to trust his instincts, and every one of them was now screaming danger. The voice moved, seeming to travel upward through the castle walls. Harry followed cautiously, tracking it to the second floor where he found water pooled on the stone floor. And there, hanging from a torch bracket, was Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, stiff as a board and apparently dead. On the wall behind her, foot-high words gleamed in the torchlight, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Harry assessed the scene with practiced efficiency. The cat showed no visible wounds but appeared petrified rather than dead. The message was written in what looked like blood. And the water on the floor came from nearby bathrooms, specifically, from under the door of a girl's bathroom that Harry knew was usually empty because it was haunted by a ghost called Moaning Myrtle. He was about to investigate further when he heard footsteps approaching from multiple directions, students returning from dinner. Making a split-second decision, Harry concealed himself in an alcove, not wanting to be found alone at the scene. Students rounded the corner and stopped abruptly, gasping at the sight. Among them were Ron and Hermione, who exchanged worried glances as they read the message. Draco Malfoy pushed to the front of the crowd, his face alight with malicious glee. Enemies of the air, beware. You'll be next, mudbloods. Teachers arrived moments later, led by Filch, who wailed in anguish at the sight of his petrified cat. Dumbledore examined Mrs. Norris carefully, then announced that she wasn't dead but petrified, and could eventually be restored with Mandrake Restorative Draft. From his hiding place, Harry observed the staff reactions with interest. Professor McGonagall looked grave, Snape seemed suspicious, and Lockhart kept offering unhelpful suggestions about how he could have prevented the attack if he'd been there. But it was Professor Quirrell's replacement, Quirinus, who drew Harry's attention most. The man's expression showed not shock or concern, but calculation. After the crowd dispersed, Harry slipped away and immediately contacted Five through their secure channel. Chamber of Secrets opened. Message in blood on wall. Filch's cat petrified. Heard strange voice before finding scene, Parseltongue. Moving through walls. Consistent with Alara's warning about chamber activation. 5's response was immediate, do not investigate alone. Parseltongue connection significant. Temporal sensors detected minor anomaly in castle at time of incident. Meeting Dumbledore tonight to accelerate protective measures. Maintain group coverage, no solo movements until further intelligence gathered. The next morning, Harry met with Ron, Hermione, and Alara in the room of requirement before breakfast, briefing them on what he'd witnessed. You heard a voice no one else could hear? Hermione asked, concerned. That's not good, Harry. It was speaking Parseltongue, Alara said confidently. The ability to speak to snakes. It's extremely rare, and historically associated with Salazar Slytherin's bloodline. How do you know it was Parseltongue if Harry's the only one who could hear it? Ron questioned. Because the chamber's monster is almost certainly a serpent of some kind, Alara explained. My father's research suggests it's a basilisk, a giant serpent that can kill with a direct gaze. Perfect weapon for Slytherin, who valued serpents above all. But Mrs. Norris was petrified, not killed, Hermione pointed out. She might have seen its reflection in the water on the floor, Harry suggested, remembering the puddles. If a direct gaze kills, a reflection might just petrify, Hermione finished, eyes widening. That makes horrible sense. But who opened the chamber? Ron asked. Who's the heir of Slytherin? That's what we need to find out, Harry said. 5 wants us to maintain group coverage. No one goes anywhere alone until we know more. We should research basilisks, Hermione suggested. If that's what we're facing, we need to know its weaknesses. And we need to determine who can speak Parseltongue, Alara added. It's an inherited trait, extremely rare. If someone at Hogwarts has it, they're likely connected to Slytherin's line, Harry finished. As they headed to breakfast, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that they were missing something important. The chamber's opening coincided too perfectly with the increased commission activity and the prophecy theft. Were these events connected, or simply unfortunate timing? The school buzzed with theories about the chamber, ranging from plausible to ridiculous. Ginny Weasley seemed particularly disturbed by the events, growing pale whenever the subject was mentioned. Harry made a mental note to keep an eye on her. 5 had taught him that unexpected emotional reactions often signaled hidden knowledge. In History of Magic, Hermione did something unprecedented. She interrupted Professor Binns to ask about the Chamber of Secrets. The ghost seemed annoyed by the deviation from his lecture but provided the basic history: Salazar Slytherin's dispute with the other founders over admitting Muggle-born students, his departure from the school, and the legend that he left behind a chamber containing a monster that only his true heir could control. That's why Slytherin House has the serpent as its symbol, Alara whispered to Harry. The monster is definitely snake-related. As October gave way to November, no further attacks occurred, but Harry remained vigilant. His training sessions with 5 and Dumbledore began in earnest, held in a specially prepared room deep within the castle where both magical and temporal protections ensured privacy. Your ability to hear the basilisk through walls confirms what the prophecy suggested, Dumbledore explained during one session. Your connection to Voldemort transferred certain abilities, Parseltongue among them. But it's more than that, 5 added, monitoring a device that measured Harry's temporal signature. The tear in the dimensional barrier allows you to perceive things that exist partially in both realms. A basilisk is a magical creature with properties that transcend normal physical limitations. Your unique signature enables you to detect it even through solid matter. Can we use that to find the chamber? Harry asked. Possibly, Dumbledore mused. But it would require you to actively seek the basilisk's presence, a dangerous proposition. What about my temporal resistance? Harry suggested. When Director Weaver tried to slow time, I could still move somewhat normally. 5 looked thoughtful. That might be valuable if we're dealing with a creature as deadly as a basilisk. Temporal resistance could give you crucial seconds to react if you encounter it. They spent the next hour having Harry practice focusing his unique abilities, not just conventional magic, but the subtle temporal-magical convergence that made him different. It was challenging work, requiring concentration beyond normal spellcasting. It's like trying to see and hear in two different frequencies simultaneously, Harry explained, frustrated by his slow progress. Patience, Dumbledore counseled. You're attempting to consciously control something that has been largely instinctual until now. Mastery will come with practice. As Harry left the session, mentally exhausted, he nearly collided with Alara in the corridor. Careful, she warned, steadying him. You look wiped out. Training, he explained simply. She nodded in understanding. I've been researching basilisks. Their weaknesses are limited, roosters' crows are fatal to them, and they flee from their own reflection. Otherwise, they're nearly indestructible. Great, Harry muttered. So we just need to arm everyone with roosters and mirrors. Alara smiled slightly. There's something else you should know. I've been monitoring temporal fluctuations as my father taught me. There's a pattern emerging, subtle shifts centered around specific locations in the castle at specific times. Like what? The second-floor girls' bathroom, 4-1. The one near where Mrs. Norris was found. She lowered her voice. I think the entrance to the chamber might be there. Harry considered this. We should investigate, carefully, together, with proper precautions. Agreed. Tomorrow evening. I'll bring Ron and Hermione. Harry nodded, then hesitated. Alara, why are you helping us? Really? The truth Quill confirmed you're not working against me, but there must be more to it than just your father's research. Something flickered in her gray eyes, a shadow of old pain. Let's just say I understand what it's like to be caught between worlds, Harry. More than you might think. Before he could question her further, she was gone, leaving Harry with the distinct impression he'd touched on something deeply personal. The investigation of Moaning Myrtle's bathroom yielded valuable information. The ghost herself confirmed that she had died there 50 years earlier, though she couldn't remember details beyond seeing a pair of great, yellow eyes near the sinks. Further examination revealed one sink that had never worked, with a tiny snake scratched into the copper tap. This is it, Harry said confidently. The entrance to the chamber. It probably opens with Parseltongue. Should we try to open it? Ron asked nervously. Absolutely not, Hermione and Alara said simultaneously. Not without proper preparation and backup, Harry agreed. We need to report this to Dumbledore and Five first. As they turned to leave, Harry froze. The same cold, murderous voice he'd heard before echoed through the walls, kill, time to kill, so hungry, for so long. It's moving. Harry exclaimed. It's going to attack someone. Following his instincts, Harry raced through the corridors, tracking the voice as it moved upward through the castle. The others followed, confused but trusting his lead. They rounded a corner on the third floor and found another horrifying tableau, Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly headless Nick, both petrified. Justin lay rigid on the floor, while Nick floated motionless, turned a smoky black color instead of his usual pearly white. The basilisk, Hermione whispered. Justin must have seen it directly, but Nick, he's already dead, so it couldn't kill him again. Harry scanned the corridor, noting a line of spiders fleeing through a crack in the window. Spiders flee from it, he observed. Another clue confirming it's a basilisk. Before they could investigate further, Peeves the poltergeist spotted them and raised the alarm. Within minutes, Professor McGonagall arrived, followed by other teachers and students. Once again, Harry found himself at the scene of an attack, this time with no way to explain his presence without revealing his ability to hear the basilisk. Fortunately, Alara stepped forward. Professor, we were researching historical accounts of the chamber for a personal project. Given recent events, we thought understanding its history might help identify the culprit. McGonagall looked skeptical but was interrupted by the arrival of Professor Dumbledore, who surveyed the scene gravely before instructing that Justin be taken to the hospital wing. "Mr. Potter, Ms. Blackwood, Mr. Weasley, M.S. Granger, please accompany me to my office," Dumbledore said quietly. In the headmaster's office, Harry explained about hearing the basilisk through the walls and their discovery in Myrtle's bathroom. Dumbledore listened intently, sharing a significant glance with Fawkes, his phoenix, who watched the proceedings with intelligent eyes. "You've done well to bring this information forward," Dumbledore said when Harry finished. "The entrance to the chamber has eluded discovery for centuries. However, I must insist that you leave further investigation to the staff." "But sir," Harry objected, "I can hear the basilisk when no one else can. That could be crucial in preventing the next attack." "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed. "Which is why I will ask you to immediately report any such occurrences to myself or another teacher. But direct confrontation with the basilisk is far too dangerous, even with your unique advantages." Harry reluctantly agreed, though he had no intention of standing aside if another attack seemed imminent. As they left Dumbledore's office, Elara pulled Harry aside. "There's something else. The temporal fluctuations I've been monitoring, they're centered not just around Myrtle's bathroom but also around a specific student." "Who?" Harry asked. "Ginny Weasley." Ron, overhearing, looked shocked. "My sister? That's mental. She'd never hurt anyone." "I'm not saying she's doing it deliberately," Elara clarified. "But there's a temporal magical disturbance around her that matches patterns associated with possession or external influence. She has been acting strangely," Hermione admitted. "Very quiet, withdrawn. We need to watch her," Harry decided. "If she's being influenced somehow, she might lead us to whoever's really opening the chamber." That evening, Harry updated Five through their secure channel, detailing their discoveries and Elara's observations about Ginny. Five's response was immediate and alarming: "Commission activity detected in Hogsmeade yesterday. Weaver himself confirmed present. Timeline accelerating. Do not confront Basilisk directly. Enhanced security measures being implemented tonight. Temporal shielding around castle perimeter will prevent Commission approach. Will arrive tomorrow for emergency planning session with Dumbledore." The situation was escalating faster than anticipated. With both the Chamber of Secrets active and the Commission closing in, Harry felt the pressure mounting from multiple directions. If Ginny was somehow being used to open the chamber, who was controlling her? And how did it connect to the Commission's sudden increased interest? The answer came in an unexpected form the next morning. While walking to breakfast, Harry noticed Ginny clutching a small black diary, her face pale and drawn as she wrote in it furiously. When Ron called out to her, she startled violently, snapping the book shut and hurrying away. "That diary," Harry said slowly. "Have you seen it before?" Ron shrugged. "Dunno. Might be new, she had a bunch of second-hand books this year." Something about the diary nagged at Harry's instincts. That evening, during their scheduled meeting in the Room of Requirement, he mentioned it to the others. "A diary that corresponds with Ginny's strange behavior and the temporal anomalies Elara's detected?" Hermione frowned. "That can't be coincidence. Magical artifacts can serve as vessels for consciousness," Elara explained. "Particularly dark objects might allow possession or influence across time and space. We need to get that diary," Harry decided. "If it's causing the temporal disturbances and influencing Ginny, it might be the key to stopping the chamber from being opened again." The opportunity came sooner than expected. The next day, Moaning Myrtle flooded her bathroom, sending water cascading through the second-floor corridor. Among the items swept along by the flood was a small black book that Harry immediately recognized from Ginny's possession. He retrieved it carefully, noting the name, T.M. Riddle, stamped on the cover. The pages appeared blank, but when Harry touched them, he felt an unmistakable magical resonance, and something more, a faint temporal distortion that made his fingers tingle unpleasantly. "Five needs to see this," he told the others, securing the diary in his bag. "There's something wrong with it, something that affects my temporal signature. They brought the diary to that evening's scheduled meeting with Five and Dumbledore. When Harry removed it from his bag, both men's reactions were immediate and alarming. Dumbledore stood abruptly, drawing his wand, while Five's eyes narrowed in recognition. "Where did you get that?" Dumbledore asked sharply. Harry explained about the flood and Ginny's strange behavior. "T.M. Riddle," Dumbledore murmured. "Tom Marvolo Riddle. I should have known." "Who's that?" Ron asked. Before he took his new name, Lord Voldemort was known as Tom Riddle, Dumbledore explained. "A brilliant student who attended Hogwarts 50 years ago, precisely when the chamber was last opened." "It's more than a diary," Five added, examining it with a temporal scanner. "It contains a temporal anchor point, something that exists partly outside normal time. Similar to certain commission technology but cruder, more organic." "A Horcrux," Dumbledore said gravely. "A vessel in which Voldemort concealed a fragment of his soul, anchoring himself to life even after his body was destroyed." Harry stared at the innocuous-looking book with new horror. So when Ginny was writing in it, she was communicating directly with a 16-year-old Voldemort, preserved as he was 50 years ago, Dumbledore confirmed. "And likely being slowly possessed by him, enabling the chamber to be opened again. The temporal signature is why it affected Harry differently," Five noted. "Your connection to Voldemort combined with your unique temporal magical properties created a recognition pattern. Can we destroy it?" Harry asked. "Not easily," Dumbledore replied. "Horcruxes can only be destroyed by means so destructive that they cannot be magically restored." "Like what?" Ron asked nervously. "Fiend fire. Basilisk venom. Certain extremely rare magical substances." Dumbledore studied the diary thoughtfully. "However, now that we have identified it, we can contain it safely until a permanent solution is found." "What about Ginny?" Ron demanded. "If she's been possessed." "With the diary removed from her possession, the connection should weaken," Dumbledore assured him. "Though she may benefit from some discreet monitoring in the coming days to ensure no lasting effects." As Dumbledore secured the diary in a specially warded container, Five pulled Harry aside. "This complicates things," he said quietly. "The Commission's sudden interest makes more sense now. They must have detected the temporal anomaly created by the Horcrux activating. Combined with your presence, it created a pattern they couldn't ignore." "So what's our next move?" Harry asked. "We've enhanced the castle's temporal shielding, which should keep Weaver and his agents at bay temporarily. But the larger issue remains, the connection between your temporal magical signature and Voldemort's fragmented existence." Five checked his scanner again. "The prophecy warned about dimensional instability if your powers fully manifest. This Horcrux situation suggests Voldemort created more than one, potentially destabilizing reality further. So I need to destroy them all," Harry concluded. "Eventually, yes. But first, you need to understand and control your own unique properties." Five's expression grew serious. "The training with Dumbledore is more important than ever now. If the Commission can't get to you directly, they might try to access the temporal anomalies created by these Horcruxes instead. Either way, dimensional stability is at risk." As they rejoined the others, Harry felt the weight of responsibility increasing. The Chamber of Secrets, Voldemort's Horcruxes, the Commission's pursuit, all connected through his unique position as a bridge between temporal and magical realities. With the diary contained, the attack stopped. Ginny gradually returned to her normal self, though she had no memory of the periods when she'd been possessed. The mandrakes needed to cure the petrified victims were maturing nicely, according to Professor Sprout, with restoration expected before the end of term. Harry continued his specialized training with Five and Dumbledore, making steady progress in understanding and controlling his temporal magical signature. Elara proved to be a valuable resource, sharing her father's research on dimensional stability and helping Harry develop techniques for managing the unique aspects of his abilities. As winter turned to spring, a new routine established itself. Regular classes by day, specialized training 3 evenings a week, and planning sessions with his core group, Ron, Hermione, and Elara, who now functioned as a well-coordinated team. Harry's friendship with Elara had deepened as they worked together. Her understanding of temporal mechanics complemented his practical experience, and her outsider perspective often provided insights the others missed. Something else was developing too, a connection that went beyond their shared mission. "You never told me," Harry said one evening as they walked back from the library, "why you really decided to help me. You mentioned being caught between worlds yourself." Elara was quiet for a moment before responding. "My mother wasn't just a witch," she finally said. "She was a temporal researcher who worked with the Department of Mysteries on early collaboration with the Commission, before they became adversarial. She disappeared during an experiment when I was 7. Officially, she died in a magical accident. Unofficially, she got caught in a temporal displacement," Harry guessed. Elara nodded. "My father spent years searching for her, convinced she wasn't dead but trapped somewhere, or somewhen. That's why he became an unspeakable specializing in temporal magical convergence. And why I've studied it since I was old enough to read." "I'm sorry," Harry said softly. "When I heard about you, about what happened when the killing curse rebounded, I recognized the pattern. The same temporal signature as the experiment that took my mother." She met his eyes directly. "You're not just a curiosity to me, Harry. You're my best hope of understanding what happened to her." The honesty in her expression touched Harry deeply. For the first time, he fully appreciated that he wasn't the only one whose life had been shaped by the intersection of temporal and magical forces. Their moment of connection was interrupted by Hermione rushing toward them, waving a piece of paper excitedly. "I've got it," she exclaimed. "I know why no one died from the basilisk this time. I tore this from a library book weeks ago." She thrust the paper at them. It described basilisks in detail, confirming what they'd already deduced about its killing gaze and spiders fleeing from it. "I don't understand," Harry said. "We already knew it was a basilisk." "Yes, but look how it's been moving around," Hermione pointed out triumphantly. "Pipes. It's been using the plumbing system. That's why you could hear it through the walls." Elara's eyes widened in realization. "And that's why the entrance is in a bathroom. Myrtle's bathroom must connect directly to the main plumbing system that leads to the chamber." Harry was about to respond when a voice echoed through the corridors, "Professor McGonagall, magically magnified, all students are to return to their house dormitories immediately. All teachers to the staff room. Immediately, please." Harry exchanged alarmed glances with Elara and Hermione. "Another attack?" "Let's find out," Hermione suggested, leading them toward the staff room under Harry's invisibility cloak. They slipped inside just before the teachers arrived, hiding in a wardrobe as McGonagall delivered the grave news: "The heir of Slytherin has left another message. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever." Gasps of horror filled the room. "Who is it?" asked Madame Hooch. "Which student?" "Ginny Weasley," McGonagall replied. Under the cloak, Harry felt ice flood his veins. Despite removing the diary from Ginny's possession, Voldemort had somehow maintained enough connection to take her into the chamber itself. As the teachers discussed evacuating the school, Lockhart arrived late, his usual smile faltering as he realized the gravity of the situation. McGonagall immediately volunteered him to face the basilisk, citing his many published adventures. Lockhart's face paled dramatically as he agreed to prepare for the task. When the teachers dispersed, Harry, Hermione, and Elara emerged from hiding and raced to find Ron. They found him in the Gryffindor common room, already devastated by the news about his sister. "We need to go after her," Harry said firmly. "We know where the entrance is, and I can open it with Parseltongue." "But the basilisk," Hermione began. "I've been training for this," Harry cut her off. "My temporal resistance gives me an advantage. And we know its weaknesses now." "We're coming with you," Ron said immediately, his face set with determination. Not all of us, Harry decided. Ron and I will go. Hermione, you and Alara need to alert Dumbledore and 5. Use the emergency beacon 5 gave me. He handed Alara the small silver device that would signal 5 directly. Tell them we're going into the chamber to rescue Ginny. They can follow as backup. Alara looked like she wanted to argue but nodded. Be careful. Your temporal signature might protect you somewhat from the basilisk's gaze, but it's still incredibly dangerous. We'll be careful, Harry promised. Before they separated, Alara did something unexpected. She kissed Harry quickly on the cheek. Come back in one piece, Timeline Boy. Harry felt his face warm slightly as he nodded. Count on it. He and Ron headed for Myrtle's bathroom while Hermione and Alara went to activate the emergency beacon. On the way, they encountered Lockhart packing his belongings, clearly planning to flee rather than face the basilisk. When confronted, the fraud admitted to stealing other wizards' accomplishments and modifying their memories, a skill he attempted to use on Harry and Ron. But Harry, prepared for treachery, disarmed him before he could cast the spell. You're coming with us, Harry decided, keeping his wand trained on Lockhart. Extra pair of hands might be useful. In Myrtle's bathroom, Harry examined the sink with the snake engraving more carefully. Focusing on the tiny serpent, he spoke in Parseltongue, open. The sink began to move, revealing a large pipe wide enough for a person to slide down. Myrtle confirmed it was the same place where she'd seen the eyes that killed her 50 years earlier. I'll go first, Harry told Ron. Send Lockhart after me, then follow yourself. The descent through the dark pipe was long and slimy, ending in a tunnel floor littered with small animal bones. Harry lit his wand, revealing a massive snakeskin nearby, evidence of the basilisk's enormous size. Lockhart, upon seeing it, feigned a collapse and managed to seize Ron's wand. But the damaged wand backfired spectacularly when he attempted to use it, causing a cave-in that separated Harry from Ron and Lockhart. Ron! Are you okay? Harry called through the rock fall. I'm fine. Ron shouted back. This gets not, the spell hit him instead. He doesn't remember who he is. Try to clear a path, Harry instructed. I'm going on ahead to find Ginny. When Dumbledore and 5 arrive, send them through. Alone now, Harry continued through the tunnel, eventually reaching a solid wall carved with 2 entwined serpents. Again using Parseltongue, he commanded it to open. The Chamber of Secrets lay before him, a long, dimly lit hall with towering stone pillars entwined with more carved serpents. At the far end stood a massive statue of Salazar Slytherin, and at its feet lay a small, red-haired figure. Ginny! Harry rushed forward, kneeling beside her motionless form. Her face was white as marble, and her body cold, but he could detect a faint pulse. She was alive, barely. She won't wake, said a soft voice. Harry spun around, wand ready, to face a tall, handsome boy leaning against a nearby pillar. Though slightly blurred around the edges, he was becoming more solid by the minute. Tom Riddle, Harry identified him immediately. Or should I say, Voldemort? Riddle smiled. You know me. How, interesting. I know what you are, Harry replied, rising to face him. A memory preserved in a diary. A Horcrux. Surprise flickered across Riddle's handsome features. You are well informed for a second year. Then you must know why I brought you here. You didn't bring me here. I came for Ginny. But I knew you would come, Riddle countered smoothly. The famous Harry Potter, the boy who somehow defeated the greatest wizard of all time as an infant. I had to meet you, to understand you. There's nothing to understand, Harry said, keeping his wand trained on Riddle while scanning for any sign of the basilisk. You're a parasite feeding on Ginny's life force to restore yourself. Let her go. Riddle laughed softly. I'm afraid that's not possible. As little Ginny grows weaker, I grow stronger. Soon, I will leave the pages of the diary and return, fully alive. Harry noticed Riddle twirling a wand between his fingers, Ginny's wand. "You won't succeed," Harry stated confidently. "Dumbledore knows about the chamber, about the basilisk, about you. Help is on the way." "Dumbledore has been driven from this castle by the mere memory of me," Riddle scoffed. "And by the time your help arrives, it will be too late for little Ginny Weasley." Harry felt Ginny's temporal signature fading as Riddle strengthened, a disturbing transfer of life energy that created temporal ripples he could now detect thanks to his training. He needed to act quickly. "You still haven't explained why you opened the chamber again," Harry said, stalling for time. "Why target Muggleborns now?" "Simple," Riddle shrugged. "To draw you out. Ginny told me all about you, you see. Your famous scar, your mysterious past, your unusual guardian who appears and disappears at will. You fascinated me, Harry Potter. Because I defeated you," Harry concluded. "Because you're like me," Riddle corrected. "An orphan, a Parselmouth, we even look somewhat alike. Yet somehow, as an infant, you deflected my killing curse. I had to know how." Harry sensed something shifting in the temporal energies around them, a distortion similar to what he'd felt when facing Director Weaver. Was Five attempting to break through? Or was it something else? "You won't find answers by killing me," Harry said, continuing to stall. "My survival created a temporal anomaly even I don't fully understand." Riddle's eyes gleamed with interest. "Temporal anomaly? Fascinating. Perhaps that explains the unusual energy signature I sensed when possessing Ginny. Something beyond mere magic." "Let her go," Harry demanded again. "Your quarrel is with me, not her." "I'm afraid Ginny's fate is sealed," Riddle said coldly. "But don't worry, you'll be joining her soon enough. Let's match the powers of Lord Voldemort, heir of Slytherin, against the famous Harry Potter." He turned to the statue of Slytherin and spoke in Parseltongue, "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." The statue's mouth opened, revealing a dark tunnel from which Harry heard slithering movement. The basilisk was coming. Harry closed his eyes and called upon his training, focusing on his temporal magical signature. He could feel the basilisk emerging, its ancient power creating waves in the fabric of reality around him. "Let's see how the boy who lived fares against the King of Serpents," Riddle taunted. "Kill him," he commanded in Parseltongue. Harry heard the massive creature slithering toward him and made a split-second decision. Opening his eyes but keeping them focused on the ground, he activated his temporal resistance, the ability he'd been practicing with Five and Dumbledore. Time seemed to slow around him, not completely but enough to give him precious extra seconds to react. He dodged the basilisk's first strike, rolling behind a pillar as massive fangs shattered stone where he'd been standing. "You can't evade it forever," Riddle called. "One look into its eyes, and you're finished." A flash of crimson and gold streaked into the chamber, Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, carrying the Sorting Hat. The bird attacked the basilisk ferociously, diving at its face and puncturing its deadly eyes with his sharp beak. "No!" Riddle screamed as the basilisk thrashed in pain, now blinded but still lethal. Fawkes dropped the Sorting Hat at Harry's feet before continuing his assault on the serpent. Harry grabbed the hat, and to his amazement, felt something solid form within it. Pulling it out, he found himself holding a gleaming silver sword with rubies embedded in the hilt. The basilisk, guided by Riddle's continuing commands, lunged again. Harry waited until the last possible moment, then activated his temporal resistance once more. As the world slowed around him, he raised the sword and drove it upward into the roof of the basilisk's mouth as it descended upon him. But even as the blade penetrated the serpent's brain, one long, poisonous fang sank into Harry's arm. White-hot pain spread rapidly from the wound as he pulled the fang free and staggered back, the sword still lodged in the basilisk's skull. The enormous serpent crashed to the floor, dead. Harry slumped against a pillar, the basilisk venom already coursing through his system. "You're dying, Harry Potter," Riddle observed with cruel satisfaction. "Even your phoenix friend knows it. I'm going to sit here and watch you die," and then I will kill little Ginny and emerge from these pages at last. Harry looked at Fawkes, who had landed beside him and was shedding pearly tears onto the wound. The pain began to recede as the phoenix tears, with their magical healing properties, neutralized the venom. I forgot, Riddle said, suddenly nervous, that phoenix tears have healing powers. As strength returned to his body, Harry noticed the diary lying beside Ginny's motionless form. Making a decision, he grabbed the basilisk fang that had wounded him and crawled toward the book. "What are you doing?" Riddle demanded, suddenly alarmed. "Stop." "No." Harry plunged the fang into the heart of the diary. Ink spurted from the pages like blood as Riddle screamed, a long, dreadful, piercing cry. His form writhed and twisted, becoming less substantial until with a final shriek, he vanished completely. Ginny stirred, color returning to her cheeks as the diary's hold on her life force broke. She sat up, disoriented, then burst into tears when she saw Harry and the dead basilisk. "Harry, I tried to tell you, it was me, but I swear I didn't mean to, our Riddle made me," she sobbed. "It's okay, Ginny," Harry assured her gently. "Riddle's gone. The diary's destroyed. Let's get out of here." As they made their way back through the tunnel, they found a hole had been cleared in the rock fall, revealing Ron and Five, who had apparently arrived and helped clear the obstruction. "Harry." Five's normally composed expression showed rare relief. "Status report. Basilisk eliminated. Horcrux destroyed. Ginny recovering. I was injured but Fawkes healed me," Harry reported concisely, falling automatically into their mission debriefing format. Five nodded approvingly. "Efficient work." Ron hugged his sister tightly, too emotional for words. Lockhart hovered nearby, still looking confused about his identity. Fawkes led them back through the tunnels, his golden tail feathers providing an otherworldly light. When they reached the pipe that had brought them down, the phoenix offered his tail feathers as a lift, his magical strength carrying them all back up to Myrtle's bathroom. From there, they proceeded directly to McGonagall's office, where they found Dumbledore waiting along with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, who had been summoned to the school after Ginny's disappearance. The reunion was emotional, with the Weasleys embracing their daughter and then, to Harry's surprise, engulfing him in grateful hugs as well. Five stood awkwardly to the side, clearly uncomfortable with the display of raw emotion but watching Harry with something like pride. Harry and Ron explained everything that had happened, with Dumbledore occasionally interjecting clarifying questions. When they finished, Dumbledore turned to Ginny. "Miss Weasley should go to the hospital wing immediately. This has been a terrible ordeal for her. There will be no punishment, older and wiser wizards than she have been hoodwinked by Lord Voldemort." His eyes twinkled kindly. "Bed rest and perhaps a large mug of hot chocolate would be my prescription." As the Weasleys departed with Ginny, and McGonagall took Lockhart to the hospital wing to begin treatment for his memory loss, Dumbledore turned to Harry and Five. "First and foremost, Harry, I want to thank you," he said solemnly. "You must have shown me real loyalty down in the chamber. Nothing but that could have called Fawkes to you." Harry nodded, still processing everything that had happened. "The Sorting Hat gave me the sword. Only a true Gryffindor could have pulled that out of the hat," Dumbledore confirmed, showing Harry the name engraved on the blade, Godric Gryffindor. Five stepped forward. "The temporal implications of this event are significant. The Horcrux's destruction has stabilized the dimensional rift temporarily, but Voldemort created more of these anchors. Each one represents a potential fracture point." "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed gravely. "Tom Riddle's diary was just one fragment of Voldemort's shattered soul. I have long suspected others exist." "And the Commission?" Harry asked. "Will they back off now that the temporal disturbance from the chamber has subsided?" "Temporarily, perhaps," Five replied. "But Director Weaver isn't one to abandon pursuit easily. He'll be watching for the next opportunity. Which is why our continued work on understanding and controlling Harry's unique temporal magical signature remains crucial," Dumbledore concluded. But that can wait for another day. For now, I believe a celebration is in order. Hagrid has been released from Azkaban, the petrified victims will soon be restored, and the school is safe once more. As they left McGonagall's office, Five pulled Harry aside. You did well, he said simply, high praise from someone usually so sparing with compliments. I couldn't have done it without the training, Harry acknowledged. The temporal resistance gave me the edge I needed against the basilisk. Five nodded. It's a start. But controlling your connection to these dimensional anomalies will only become more important as Voldemort moves toward full restoration and the Commission continues its pursuit. At least we know more about what we're facing now, Harry said. And I'm not facing it alone. Five's expression softened slightly. No, you're not. Though I noticed your team has expanded beyond Weasley and Granger. This Alara Blackwood seems to have become significant. Harry felt his face warm slightly. She understands what it's like to be caught between worlds. Just be careful, Five advised, though without his usual edge of suspicion. Personal connections are both strength and vulnerability. Says the man who raised me for a decade, Harry pointed out with a small smile. Five actually chuckled, a rare sound. Touché. They rejoined Ron in the Great Hall, where they found Hermione and Alara waiting anxiously. The reunion was joyful, with Hermione hugging both boys tightly while Alara watched with visible relief. You absolute madman, she said when it was her turn to greet Harry. Taking on a basilisk with a sword? Even with temporal resistance, that was recklessly brave. Gryffindor, remember? Harry replied with a tired smile. The celebration that followed was one of the strangest in Hogwarts history. Everyone in pajamas, the feast lasting all night, Hagrid arriving at 3 in the morning to tearfully embrace Harry and Ron, Gryffindor winning the House Cup, and Dumbledore announcing that exams were cancelled as a school treat. In the midst of it all, Harry found a quiet moment with Alara. What happens now? He asked. With the chamber closed and the temporal disturbance resolved. Now we prepare, she replied simply. My father's research suggests the dimensional instability is accumulating, not dissipating. Each Horcrux, each confrontation between you and Voldemort, each interaction with the Commission, they're all stress points on an already fragile barrier between worlds. And if the barrier breaks completely? Harry asked, though he suspected he knew the answer. Then the prophecy's warning comes true, Alara said gravely. Both worlds may fall. Reality as we know it could unravel completely. Harry absorbed this sobering thought. So no pressure, then. Alara smiled despite the gravity of their conversation. You know what the prophecy also said? Only when he accepts his dual nature shall the balance be restored. You're making progress, Harry. You're learning to exist in both worlds, magical and temporal, without rejecting either part of yourself. With a lot of help, Harry acknowledged, glancing around at his friends, at Five deep in conversation with Dumbledore, at the Hogwarts community celebrating around them. That's the point, isn't it? Alara said, following his gaze. No one exists in isolation. We're all connected across dimensions, across time. Maybe that's the ultimate lesson in all this, that bridges are meant to be crossed, not destroyed. As the celebration continued around them, Harry felt something he hadn't experienced often in his life, a sense of belonging that transcended his role as a weapon, a target, or even a savior. For this moment at least, he was simply Harry, friend, student, and yes, a bridge between worlds. Whatever challenges the Commission, Voldemort, and the fractured dimensional barriers would bring in the future, he would face them not alone but with the strength of connections forged in both his worlds. The road ahead would undoubtedly hold more dangers, more prophecies, more impossible choices. But for now, surrounded by friends in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, trained assassin, temporal anomaly, and bridge between realities, allowed himself to simply live in this moment of victory and peace. Tomorrow would bring its own battles. Tonight was for celebration. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.